Morning. I'll just bring this up there on the YouTube. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. It's going. Good. Morning. How is everybody this morning? How was your weekend? Trust the Mad Hatter. Jeez, my eyes are getting worse. Julia. Good morning, Julia. Seawood. Good morning, Brenda. Nova Scotia citizen. Ms. Fox. Zero patience. Absolutely, they're done. They're into building narrative of defense at this point in time. But this is good. Share this with people and then they can see how it's done. Sorry. F-150s, zebras, helicopters, all kinds of interesting things people looking at. Big Stop and Shube is very interesting. Definitely. We're going to have to go through some of that at some point here. DOJ. Interesting. Peter. Good morning, Peter. Oh, that's very unfortunate. I know that Linda joined us a few times. Prayers are with her family. Yes. It's a good point, Linda. Good morning to you too. I guess that's when you know the truth, right? All gonna go one day. All gonna face it. Especially those that are maybe not on the good team. Blue Nose, good morning. Good morning, Blue Nose. Kelly Blair, good morning. Glad to have you aboard. Hope you're hanging in there. Morning, Linda McDonald. Hope you are well. Fellow out here. NS44. No, your icon is missing in my little thing here. The 23. Cheryl, good morning. Read up article on Chief McNeil. No, I didn't. Sorry, I missed that there. I'll have to look for that. Thank you. Nosy Scotian, good morning. Nova Scotia born, good morning. 20 million and counting. Oh, that's beautiful. Pioneer, good morning. Jojo Josie. Alita Strickland, good morning. Good morning, Alita. Glad to have you aboard. Todd, late. Had to go to Depot to get new undies. I want them back. Just make sure that you wash them, please. Kelly, good morning, Kelly. MH, Nikki. All right. And of course, good morning to morning CSIS and Mass Casualty and CSE. Good morning to you too. I know that you're watching this. Good morning to the lawyers. Hope you all have a good day. We're all looking very carefully. We will continue to look carefully. And well, those of you who don't happen to be forthcoming, well, that will follow you the rest of your days. Best get off the boat. Just a word to the wise. Harold. There's a name I haven't heard before. Harold, I have urgent information coming to a head after 15 years. I have watched some of your airings in the past and had refrained from commenting because I had no idea how to hide my name from the bad guys. If you wish to contact me, you can, nsinvestigators@gmail.com. I'm cute. Right. So good of you to join us. Thank you for having the courage to speak up. That's great. This is what the world needs. Good for you, Harold. And thank you for joining us. Oh dear, good morning.
Good morning. Members of the media will be in the room for a few minutes to capture footage.
Okay, I guess something's going on over there. They're having a little photo shoot. Proud of themselves, proud of their work, proud of bearing the truth. Good for you. Your kids must be proud, as are your moms and dads. Millions being poured into symbolic commission. A video just closed and reopened right in front of your face, Ms. Fox says. Yes, well, where was that? Morning. CSE. Still hard at work. Trying to stifle. Melodrama. Without melodrama ceases, etc. Watching Mr. among many others. Yes, absolutely. They're watching closely always. Jamie, good morning. Chris Lee, good morning. Autumn Doucette, good morning. Good morning, Autumn. RCMP has the best depends now. Okay. Todd's changed his name. Christiana, good morning. Terry with appendages. Fingers, thumb, something. Thank you for that. That's kind. Footage, but no media questions. Yes, interesting, isn't that? Never can have the questions asked. No, don't worry. They've all signed the agreements from. Oh, that's right. The start. One wonders, why would you need to watch material that you could not talk about? Oh, that's right. To spin narrative on their behalf. Bigger theater voice among all. Okay, sounds like fucking Tad. Okay, that's Nicole. Faye, good morning. Good morning. We need to flood the internet foundational truth. MCC is a symbolic process. Yes, totally fake. Even media is slowly turning on MCC. The reason the media is turning is not because they're doing their job. It's because people are saying the lies are being exposed. They're holding them to account because that's their PR wing, right? They're not there to tell us the truth. They may tell us some truths because liars always do have to, right? So those make the best liars, then, the believable ones. Cesis learned that a long time ago with their Five Eyes garbage. I wonder how Ortis is doing these days. Oh, that was an interesting article about RCMP recruiting more civilians into the tech world. People will learn to throw the shit away eventually. Did you get the memo? Not CSE screwing with everything. It's Putin. Oh, is that Russia again? God damn that Russia. What was it? The Shake Shack?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Resume? I didn't know that they had started, ma'am. Thank you for that, though. Intelligence. I guess we could have somebody who's... So today we're going to be covering some kind of bunk. What is it? Oh, alerts. Well, that's not important, but obviously that doesn't help answer necessarily what actually occurred. It's kind of a red herring. Perhaps Leather can be asked. We should go back to that. I wonder if I have that clip. I'll have to fire it up on a break of Leather and the explanation as to why alerts aren't being used. that when did he say that? June 4th, I think. Oh boy. See, we don't use them because of all the construction sounds and stuff. And when we do that, you all get freaked out and call 911. So, sorry. Oh my God. Even though that was a total plant story, once again, they're always planting shit. Putin is helping drain the swamp. Okay, well, again, I'm not going to weigh into any of these, but Putin is, they love these fucking get off on blame everything on somebody. Scapegoating, garbage. Contact info, again, please. Okay. There we go. Oh, oops. Okay, it's going to come up caps because I'm technologically great. Glow Watcher, good morning. So there you go, Harold. Sans caps, I suppose, but you can probably put it in caps, obviously, and that'll work. Hopefully you got that there. Okay, there's the Gmail address. Sounds like hoofs are coming.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Well, they all sound like good folk. Any purple? Anybody wearing purple today?
Hello and welcome. Bonjour, bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. We begin by remembering those whose lives were taken or harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Through public proceedings to date, we have shared what the Commission has learned about what happened on April 18th and 19th, 2020. We have also begun to explore contextual information that is directly related to our mandate and the examination about how and why the mass casualty could have happened the way that it did. We will continue to hear from witnesses and share more foundational documents, source materials, and commissioned reports. In the days, weeks, and months ahead, we will hold more roundtables, witness panels, and start small group sessions designed to help inform our work going forward. These are all important ways we are delivering on our mandate, sharing what we have learned so far, and developing recommendations that can help make our community safer. Another very important way we make progress in our work is to hear from you. As you know, we refer to the events of April 18th and 19th, 2020 as the mass casualty, in part because of the very large number of people affected not only in Nova Scotia, but across Canada and beyond. This includes family, friends, members of the public at large, and institutional employees. In a survey earlier this year, we asked people to share their experience of the mass casualty to help us better understand its broad impacts. Nearly 1,000 people have responded. We heard stories about how the mass casualty affected and continues to affect people from all walks of life. Now we are asking for public submissions to help us more fully explore the issues in our mandate, which include 10.1, police actions and decision-making, 10.2, public communications, 10.3, supporting communities after a mass casualty, 10.4, gender-based and intimate partner violence, and 10.5, access to firearms. And just to be clear, the numbers I just cited are in reference to my notes here. So those topics are taken directly from our orders in council. Your public submission could include feedback you have about an academic report or policy paper that you think we should consider. It could also be a suggestion for recommendations or changes that could make your local community safer. You do not need to be an expert or policymaker to provide meaningful input. We want to hear from everyone who has something relevant to share. something that would be helpful for the Commission to consider. Your perspectives will contribute to the recommendations we will make in our final report. To share your input, please go to the proceedings section of our website at masscasualtycommission.ca. The survey will remain open throughout the spring and summer. Today, as we focus on matters relating to public alerting, Commission Council will present a foundational document focused on the Alert Ready system. We will then hear from witness Paul Mason and Rodney Legg to help us better understand how Alert Ready has been rolled out and used in Nova Scotia. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young to begin our proceedings for today. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, participants, people of Canada, Nova Scotia, and beyond. My name is Rachel Young. I'm one of the Senior Commission Counsel. This morning, we're going to begin with a bit of housekeeping. Commissioners, I'm asking your permission for Madam Registrar and I to tidy up some exhibits from last week. And some of the foundational documents didn't have their supporting materials exhibited, so we're just going to do that now. And so the documents marked as exhibits P-002106 to P-002109, if they could please be renumbered, Commissioners, to P-001100 to P-001103. Do I have that right, Madam Registrar? She's saying yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the documents marked as exhibits P-002125 to P-002129, if those could please be renumbered to P-001104 to P-001128. Is that accurate, Madam Registrar? Okay. All the source material documents have been renumbered from exhibit P-001129 to P-001249. Is that correct, Madam Registrar? She's nodding yes. So that means that the next exhibit will be P-001250, just for everyone's information. As well, if you recall, last week on May 4th, the Commission heard from Officer Al McCambridge from the RCMP, and there were some documents that we didn't have on hand to tender that day. And so those now have identifying document numbers, and I had promised that those would be filed as soon as possible. We don't need to pull them up on screen or anything, but I would like the next exhibit to be, it was the Uniform Dress Manual, Chapter 1 that he testified about. There was a new one amended April 22nd, 2002, and that is COM number COMM0057391. If that could be the next exhibit, please, Madam Registrar.
Exhibit 1250.
Next exhibit is some minutes that RSM McCambridge referred to that he didn't have on hand, and that was the uniform and equipment meeting minutes from May 25th, 2021. And those are COM number COMM0057396. If those could be the next exhibit, please.
1251.
And lastly, from CSM McCambridge, he referred to a form called the Form 1733 Discharge Request. That was what an RCMP member fills out on retirement or resignation. We now have that disclosed to participants, and the COM number is COMM0057395. If that could be the next exhibit, please, Madam Registrar.
1252.
As well, I just wanted to put a correction on the record. My colleague, Ms. Bird, when she was presenting the foundational document on firearms, at one point referred to Constable Stevenson's firearm as a model 5947 Smith & Wesson, but I'm advised that it was in fact a model 5946. Just wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention while we're on housekeeping matters that today some of the documents referred to may not be queued up to pull up on screen. So we apologize for that, but we will make sure to identify them for the record so that everyone knows which documents we're talking about. And then there'll be documents the participants have. With that bit of housekeeping out of the way, Commissioners, thank you for your indulgence. I'm ready to move on to my presentation.
Thank you.
As you know, the Commission was asked in its mandate to examine the public alerting system, and that's today's topic. I'll be presenting a short brief explaining what the law is covering alerting systems, and then an overview of Alert Ready in Nova Scotia. That was summarized in a fairly brief foundational document from Commission Council, which explains how Alert Ready was rolled out in terms of the policy between 2010 and 2022. First, we have a legislative brief. There's an image of it on screen, and that is a summary of the law in point, and then it attaches also supporting materials, which are snippets from the law cited. And so, Madam Registrar, the legislative brief is COMM 003 4780. If that brief and all of its supporting material could please be marked as exhibits now.
The brief will be marked 1253, and the supporting exhibits will be so tendered.
Thank you. And the foundational document on Alert Ready in Nova Scotia and all of its supporting materials should be the next exhibit, and those are COM number COMM 005 7390.
Exhibit 1254, and the source documents will be so exhibited.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, the details of what did or didn't happen with the alert system on April 18th and 19th, 2020 is not the topic this week. That will be the subject of proceedings the week of June 6th. This presentation is to set the stage, to explain some of the terms used in alerting and how it came to be made available in Nova Scotia, how it's evolved over the last dozen years, and it will highlight some of the changes that were made after April 2020. And so it will just help us understand when people do come to say later what happened and who did what and who didn't do what, you'll have a better understanding of whose job it was to do this or that, or whose job it wasn't. So that is the topic of the foundational document, and also the two of the witnesses today will speak to some of that. The two witnesses from the province today can explain a bit more how it works on the ground. So bring those policy documents to life a little bit. There is some jargon that I wanted to get out of the way, and again, it just might help everyone if they were familiar with some of these acronyms. So you're going to hear about the EMO or the NSEMO, and that's referring to the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office, which is a provincial entity. And then everyone's familiar with the term Alert Ready, but that's really the name of the alert system that is public facing. For people who work with the alert system, it's called a National Alert and Aggregation Dissemination System. So people talk about NADS. If you hear NADS, it's the same thing as Alert Ready, essentially, is my understanding. And it's a secure infrastructure that enables public safety messages to be issued. Another term you might hear is last mile distributors. So what those are is the companies or organizations that are responsible for actually making the alerts available to the public. So television, radio, and internet providers. So they are where the rubber hits the road, the entities that are between the people sending the message and the people getting the message, and they're regulated by the CRTC, and that's uh, Canadian Radio and Television Communications, I think. And IMD is Incident Management Division. So again, you might be hearing about that. Incident management means a set of procedures and actions taken to respond to and resolve critical incidents. So, you know, there are people whose job it is to plan for emergencies in advance, and this is their work. You've also heard already from a witness called Daryl McDonald about PSAPs. So those are public safety access points. So some people think of those as call centers, but it's the places where things like 911 messages are sent out from. So as you're going to hear today, they coordinate with the Emergency Management Office about how best to get messages out and how to coordinate that. In terms of the law, Commissioners, this is just to situate everyone in the law that could come into play when we're talking about alert ready. I'm not making a legal argument about whether the law applies or the charter applies to this situation or to the mass casualty events. It's merely to understand the world we're in when we're talking about alert ready. And so, and in terms of warning the public by whatever means. And so there have been some cases where Section 7 of the Charter is invoked in terms of security of the person. So if someone isn't warned, is their security of the person affected? Also, Section 15 of the Charter, which governs equality rights, if a certain group of people are not warned, especially if it's because the person who should be warning them thinks they would react a certain way, that can affect people's rights to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. There has been at least one Ontario trial decision, Jane Doe and Metropolitan Toronto Municipality Commissioners of Police, where it was held that a failure to warn certain potential victims of crime was discriminatory. So that was cited by the Supreme Court of Canada in passing, but it wouldn't directly apply in Nova Scotia. There's been some acknowledgement by law enforcement agencies that there's a duty to warn. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, in the background section of a 2021 resolution on prioritizing the National Public Alert System, recognized that police in Canada have a common law-based duty to warn a narrow and distinct group of potential victims of a specific threat. So if the police know there's a certain threat coming, that they need to warn the people who would be affected. And that document is cited in the foundational document, and that will be on the website for people to read. In terms of federal legislation, just because of the way alert messages are delivered, it comes under the Broadcasting Act and its regulations. So as you're going to hear also from a witness tomorrow, Michael Hallows, who's an expert, and I think in the roundtable on Thursday, Alert Ready initially came under the CRTC, which is Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission. That's the correct name. I think I didn't quite get it right earlier. So the CRTC regulates the world of alerting the way it rolled out in Canada. And there's regulations under the Broadcasting Act that apply to alerting. And in 2014, there were regulatory amendments mandating television and radio broadcasters, cable and satellite companies to distribute National Public Alerting System emergency public alerts. So those are the last mile distributors that you heard about. They're regulated by the CRTC. Then under the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act, there is a section that could be applicable, a paragraph that says members have a duty to perform all duties assigned to peace officers in relation to preservation of the peace, prevention of crime, and offenses against the law of Canada and province, among other things. So that's one aspect of the legal obligations that may come into play when thinking about warning people. There's also the Telecommunications Act. And so, among other things, Canadian telecommunications policy has as its objectives to contribute to the protection of privacy of persons. And that's Section 7(1) of that act. So that is one thing you're going to hear Mr. Hallows talking about, is how do we balance warning people, especially by cell phones, with their privacy. So do you let the authorities know where people are by their cell phones? Is that an infringement of privacy? Those are things that people working in this world do need to think about and balance, especially when you're thinking about people's rights and privacy. Nova Scotia also has some applicable law under the Police Act. So the provincial police, but in Nova Scotia, the provincial police are the RCMP, and municipal police are required to provide policing services, and those include maintaining public order and crime prevention, and that's sections 31 and 35 of the Nova Scotia Police Act. There's also the Emergency Management Act, so that would govern the Emergency Management Office, whose witnesses you're going to hear from today. And that says that every municipality shall inform the Department of Municipal Affairs, which is the department that the EMO falls under, immediately upon becoming aware of a real or anticipated event or emergency that could impact the health, safety, or welfare of Nova Scotians, their property, or the environment. And that's Section 10A. The Emergency Management Act also says that the minister may declare a state of emergency, and municipal councils can also declare emergencies in their municipal area. If councils can't do this promptly, the Act says that the mayor or the warden of the municipality can exercise this authority after consulting with a majority of members of council's committee to advise on the development of emergency management plans. When a state of emergency has been declared or terminated, the minister or the municipality, as the case may be, shall immediately cause details of declaration or termination to be communicated or published by such means as they consider most likely to make the contents of the declaration or termination known to the people of the area affected. In other words, they do what they have to do in the moment, but they have to do a bit of explaining of it afterwards. So that's just the legal background, and that summarizes the contents of the legislative brief that was just made in exhibit. Now I'm going to set out for everyone a summary of what's in the Alert Ready in Nova Scotia foundational document. So this covers the time before and after the mass casualty, and it's focused on looking at the policy rollout. So it also has some definitions of the terminology, which I won't explain again, but just to give some context. And so it all starts in about 2010. And then you're going to hear from Paul Mason and Rodney Legg from the Provincial EMO afterwards, who can explain a bit more how these policies came to be, what they do over the years to educate people about them, discuss them, and make sure they're implemented. And as well, of course, there's evolving technology between 2010 and 2022. So it becomes a lot more common for every single person to have a cell phone, for example. But not everyone has good cell phone reception or the latest cell phone. So these are all things that have to be factored in when you're thinking about how to effectively warn people using technology. So there's legal implications, technology implications, and then just every day getting the word out considerations. So I explained earlier what NADS means. So that's Alert Ready. And so it's a software essentially, or architecture as they call it, that provides the ability to create and send alerts during an emergency. This software system is owned by a company called Pelmorex. That's Pelmorex, and it's operated on behalf of the federal government. And as I mentioned, CRTC rulings require participation from last mile distributors. Starting in 2015, that applied to radio and television, and in 2018, it started applying to wireless providers, so cell phone providers. So those outlets have to help broadcast alerts. They can't opt out of that. This is a simple timeline of Alert Ready in Nova Scotia. So just to help people understand, it wasn't always in existence. 2010 was when Nova Scotia entered into an agreement with Palmerex. And then in 2011, Alert Ready was first made available in Nova Scotia via a voluntary partnership with participating radio stations. So that used to be the way that alerts were disseminated primarily. The broadcast would be potentially interrupted by an emergency alert, or it could be. We'll see in the foundational document, there's cited a briefing note from 2012 from then RCMP Staff Sergeant Mark Fury, F-U-R-E-Y. He identified at the time, as an RCMP member, that a public alerting system managed properly could or would be considered an asset to frontline police providers in response to emergency situations, such as forest fires, floods, and meteorological events. In 2014, there's a policy on broadcast immediate alerts, so the kind of broadcast that would interrupt programming. And that was adopted by the Palmerex Governance Council. And these included, among other things, civil emergency. So not a natural disaster, but human activities resulting in the disrupting of services or requiring varying levels of support, law enforcement, or attention. Other types of emergencies are acts of terrorism that could include the use of violence or threats of violence by individuals or groups against civilians or infrastructure. And that's intended to intimidate the public with respect to its security, including its economic security. And then Amber Alerts, which are issued by often police services when a child has been abducted and it's believed that his or her life is in grave danger. An Amber Alert provides the public with immediate and up-to-date information about a child abduction and solicits the public's help in the safe and swift return of the child. And there's also 911 service, which is defined as a disruption or outage of telecommunications services between the public and emergency responders. So if there's a problem with a 911 service, the alert system can help with that potentially. There are documents filed that show that in 2016, the Nova Scotia EMO offered what's called trusted user status to the RCMP, Cape Breton Regional Police, and Halifax Regional Police Service to be able to issue their own alerts rather than going through EMO, but the offer was declined. And the police services confirmed that they would continue the existing practice of requesting an alert from the EMO if they determined that an alert would assist in their response to an event. May of 2018 was the first time that public alerts were sent to mobile phones operating on the 4G network. And then early in April 2020, before the mass casualty, was the first time Nova Scotia actually issued a true alert, a live alert, as opposed to a test, and that was about COVID-19. So as you might imagine, there are quite a few people involved in deciding to issue an alert. It's not one person who just decides they hear about something going on and they push a button. And this graphic that you see on screen describes before April 2020, this was the process that had to be gone through in deciding whether to issue an alert. And so first, somebody has to request alert ready notification. The requests were submitted directly to EMO senior management or to an EMO team member who would then pass it on to senior management. And requests could come from any number of sources, including police services. Step 2, the request is received by EMO, and so the EMO senior management starts to gather information. Then they make a decision on if an alert is warranted based on the criteria for each type of alert. So they have certain categories of emergencies that they'll issue alerts for. Step 3 is they talk to their requesters, so they liaise with them, and the EMO senior management has to be diligent, and they have to figure out the accuracy and trustworthiness of the source. So obviously not just anybody can phone the EMO and ask for them to issue an alert. So the senior management might need to figure out a little bit more before it goes out. Whether the request comes in after hours before 2020 did affect kind of the process. So senior management would decide whether an alert's warranted based on information provided in national guidelines. And then if it was after hours, EMO team members would be called at home and they would have to come in. So it's not a permanent staff necessarily sitting there waiting for an alert to come in because they're not frequent events. Step 5, which you see on your screen there in the middle, it's to call the on-call EMO team members to activate the Provincial Coordination Center, the PCC, which you're going to be hearing more about today and probably on Thursday. So that's where they would rally and kind of have a situation room, figure out what help is needed, if they can coordinate with other agencies and things like that, as well as discussing the alert. Step 6 is to engage the EMO team members. And so the managers have to tell whichever team members have to do what they need to do. And then step 7 is to activate the PCC. So it's once everybody gets there, then they take whatever steps they need to do to get up and running, and then they're running until it's over. And step 8 is they physically assemble in the PCC. You know, I think a lot of these things are probably happening at once in reality. And then step 9 is move to deliver the alert process. So those are all the things that happen before an alert is issued prior to April 2020. So in terms of what happens when an alert is delivered, there was a policy about that prior to 2020. And so this is also 9 steps. So once it's decided an alert needs to go out, then senior manager at EMO has to communicate with the team members while they gather the relevant information. That's step 1. Step 2, the team is communicating with the manager. Step 3, they're liaising with the requester. Again, getting more information if they need it. Step 4, they liaise with the EMO team member to prepare the content. So it's actually the person requesting who says what goes into the message, because they have to provide the relevant information, including where is being impacted, what place by whatever's happening. And obviously this is all ideally happening as soon as possible. And so once they've got the content, then, and they know where, then the EMO team members have to seek senior management approval. That's step 5. At step 6, senior management approves the content. Step 7, they log into the Pelmorex system. So that has to be an EMO team member. Again, not just anyone can log into the Pelmorex system and issue an alert. They prepare the alert in terms of the technical piece is step 8. So, you know, choosing the selected areas, loading up the content, and then step 9 is to actually deliver it. So that's just to give you an idea of everything that's involved between the time that somebody calls to say we might need an alert to the time that it actually goes out. So that was all beforehand. As you might imagine, after the mass casualty, there's been a fair amount of debriefing, and there have been some changes. And so the foundational document summarizes what those changes are. So Now the alert ready messages are distributed by a group that everyone calls Shubi Radio or the dispatch office. This is part of the Public Safety Division of the Provincial Department of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services. So Commissioners, this is not the same Public Safety Division that's part of the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. There are two different public safety divisions in the provincial government that are both quite important to this Commission's mandate. So it's another reason why it's convenient to refer to that group as Shubi Radio. So the requests for alert ready message from authorized requesters are approved by the EMO's Director of Incident Management Division or a delegate. And then it's their responsibility to maintain, so the responsibility to maintain the alert lies with the requesting organization. So they have to, whoever asks for the alert has to notify the EMO operations duty officer when an alert is generated, updated, or canceled. So now, after April 2020, to request an alert, this is the process, which is different than it was before. An authorized requester calls the dispatch office, submits a completed alert ready request via email, and then the dispatch office calls the EMO operations duty officer and relays the information. Then all these steps happen at the same time. So they're in little boxes on the graphic, but once people are mobilized, the EMO operations duty officer calls the EMO director of incident management division, tells the 911 duty officer to tell the 911 PSAPs and the director of 911. So that's to give the call centers a heads up so that they know an alert's gone out. They might get calls as a result, and they should know that it's a real thing and not a test. Then the EMO director of the Incident Management Division tells the EMO executive director and activates the EMO standby team as required. And the EMO executive director tells the Department of Municipal Affairs, which is their own department. And then the director tells the dispatch office to send the alert ready message. So that is the new process. So it's the authorized alert issuer who decides whether the alert is broadcast, whether that's the EMO or someone else. It can be broadcast immediate, which interrupts programming, or non-broadcast immediate, and depending on how urgent it is. And then the issuer follows steps to generate the alert correctly. If a request form doesn't accurately reflect an emergency, then the issuer has to follow up with the requesting organization to clarify. So alerts can be updated. Obviously, situations can change, and it's not just one message or one content that has to go out. It could be a series. And of course, the alert should be canceled when the emergency is over. So before alerts are disseminated, requests are reviewed for completion and compliance with the NAD system platform, which is alert ready, and they have to get approval from the head of the appropriate agency. So this is what the EMO has to do. It uses alert ready to create, generate, and disseminate emergency alerts. They have to manage and maintain alert ready, and it's really a responsibility of the EMO to educate and promote provincial requirements for the program with all the participants. So it's important that people understand when an alert's appropriate, who does what, and the EMO on an ongoing basis is involved in educating people, so giving presentations, having discussions, having meetings, and you're going to hear about some of that from our witnesses today. The EMO has authority to designate other organizations and jurisdictions as participants, and then if they do, then those organizations or jurisdictions have the ability to request or issue alert-ready messages. They have a training program for authorized alert-ready users if they ask for it, and they can determine and assign levels of alerting authority. So who are the alert issuers and requesters? The authorized issuers, of course, the EMO delegates the authority. Authorized issuers have to demonstrate the ability to respond to 24/7 requests and that they're going to maintain training requirements. One issuer within an organization or jurisdiction can generate an alert, and a different issuer can update or cancel as needed. In 2021, Halifax Regional Police and the RCMP each entered into memorandums of understanding with the province to act as authorized users, so they can now issue their own alerts. They don't have to involve the EMO or go through any of the steps we just talked about. Or they don't have to involve the dispatch office. The dispatch office continues to issue alerts on behalf of other municipal police agencies. So organizations or jurisdictions with mandated responsibility with respect to emergency situations that could affect public safety can request alerts for emergency events. So how is the training done to make sure everyone knows what's going on and what all the new procedures are, and how evolving technology plays into all this? EMO is not a large office. They take the train the trainer approach, so they will teach a group of people who'll go out and teach other people. They have 2 modules on theory and then on practical, and every person who is an authorized issuer has to complete the training. There's an introductory training course that they're offered. So once an authorized issuer completes both practice alert tests, Nova Scotia Alert Ready and the NAD administration check the practice alerts. If they've been completed correctly, then Nova Scotia Alert Ready and the NAD administration send the authorized user a web link to a live alerting interface. Once issuers have set their status to actual, it's called, then they have the ability to issue live alerts in the NAD system or in the Alert Ready system. So that's how somebody becomes qualified to request an alert, which you obviously wouldn't want in just anyone's hands. So there's a 2021 policy that distinguishes between broadcast immediate and non-broadcast immediate alerts. A broadcast immediate alert is for emergency situations where life and safety are under immediate threat and time is critical. Those are sent through all communication platforms, so TV and radio, the Weather Network app, wireless public alerting, including LTE devices such as smartphones. Whoever knows about a situation like that first should take immediate action to generate the alert. Non-broadcast immediate is generated when emergencies occur or have the potential to occur that can affect the decisions people need to make, people in the public, about things that could affect or have the potential to affect their life and safety and protection of their property and or the environment. Those messages are sent through the Weather Network app, but not sent out by TV, radio, wireless public alerting, although radio broadcasters can issue those alerts. So that, in a nutshell, is how the alert system and policies work and how it's all evolved since 2010, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young. It's very helpful. I understand there are some logistics to be had before we hear from our 2 witnesses today. So 2 things. We'll break earlier than normal, and we will break for a longer period than normal. So we will break until 10:45, and if more time is needed, just let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 10:45.
Fail! Fail! Oh my. They don't even have anything to eat up the time. Jeez, Louise. Well, let's see if we can find that. I'm pretty sure I have it. What was it here? The clip of leather. This is why we didn't use it. Meanwhile, you've got, who was that over in Keith? Oh, I got my call from my buddy. Here we go. Let's see here. Well, let's see. Which one should we do? How about this one? This is the one I'm always referring to that pisses me right off.
On April 24th.
Oh, pardon me. This is why they didn't use the alert, because then a few days later, the one that I'm referring to in the ticker there, for those of you who remember, do you remember the construction sounds and the alerts firing off? They tried to show you that they could use it for construction sounds and airsoft guns. This was Leather's response. What planned it, right? And then this was why they didn't use it.
On April 24th, I made the decision to activate Alert Ready in a separate incident where credible information was received of shots fired involving an automatic gun moving towards a densely populated area.
It must be those construction sounds, densely populated, automatic fire from construction sites. Or are you covering your own ass? Yeah, I think it's the latter. Let's continue.
Within the Halifax region. As a result of activating the alert for a dynamic police incident, we learned of the unintended consequences. Following the alert, there were large...
This is where he's going to start blaming people for why they don't use the alert. Blaming you, everybody, me, all of us. We don't use the alert. We did when we had construction sounds, and look how you behaved. You bad people, you.
Following the alert, there were a large number of people who called 911 to ask non-emergency related questions, such as, should I pick up my children? Where should I hide? What do I do? In addition, the alert was activated well beyond the affected geographic area. And what I mean by that is people who lived in Prince Edward Island and Yarmouth received the alert for what was an HRM incident. This resulted in delays to calls being answered at provincial 911 centers, and many calls were not answered at all because of the call volumes. This had a negative impact on public safety, and what I mean is that people who had true emergencies may not have gotten through to the 911 operators.
So then why did you plant the stories? Or are you just derp? And you can't tell what construction sound like. Or that people go to Canadian Tire and purchase whatever paintballs for their airsoft gun. Derp! It's kind of like that Millennia, what was it, the Millennia Park up in, oh yeah, God, their stories are so shit. They need to seriously come up with something new. Here we go. Remember these stories? See, these were the ones. Remember this stuff? Oh, no evidence. But Leather's going to blame you. It's your fault. It's your fault. Okay, let's go back again. Sorry.
This had a negative impact on public safety, and what I mean is that people who had true emergencies may not have gotten through to to the 911 operators. We are aware.
Way to lay the guilt trip. Good one. Awesome. This dude's awesome, man.
It is an available tool, and discussions at all levels need to continue around its use. When activated, impacts all citizens and police services in Nova Scotia. Our CMP is working on national policy to ensure this is addressed. As well, we are working with our partners in the province to ensure that when used, the system effectively helps to protect public safety. We commit to sharing those decisions publicly once finalized. Thank you.
Absolutely right. Fucking gross. Gross. Feel good about it? Ought to feel real proud. All of yous. The ones that won the award, you know, the day before. I think I might have some more on that file. You know, like the Twitter. We use the Twitter because it was readily, you know, it was such a superior. It was superior. Superior. Don't you say? This is what they do. It is a, you know, it's the same as how they're running the MCC. It's all patterns. You can take this and like lay it over top of almost, you know, a lot of different events that have happened in Canada. Lots. And they just keep using it. You know, the MCC in this case is just going to try and bore you, right? Now they're going to go and have a sleep because they don't even have they don't even have shit to occupy their own presentation. They're like, well, we'll just take a break because that's how we'll do it. People will tune out. But you see, the problem is this time around, there's going to be people still standing at the end of it, not sleeping. You'll lose a few along the way because they haven't seen how this goes down. But most people now are kind of getting a bit wiser. Blame the public. Yeah, you know, blame them. Traumatize them constantly. You know, but see, people, it's like that, what was that movie? You know, with the, where's my sunglasses? I haven't pulled these out in forever. I paid a couple of $100 just because they made me laugh, you know. What was that movie? You remember? With Roddy Piper? You guys, some of you will know what I'm talking about. Like, we see, we're not dumb. And that is sick. Like, to listen to that, I think we should listen again because it is pretty horrendous. Do you guys remember the story? They hope with time people will forget, right? There was the crappy tire incident with the airsoft guns, and then there was some construction sounds. So they actually did two. They rolled them all into one. HRP was happy to play along. They Live. There we go. That's the name of the movie. Thank you, Mr. Moneypenny. Yeah, of course, you know, use the signers and the unceded territory stuff. You know, that again, it's relevant possibly for another discussion another day, but put it in there because it just same with they use the multiple propaganda techniques of trying to emotionally attack people psychologically with, you know, cats, dogs, women abuse. Oh God, they've thrown everything under the sun at this one. Please, and they just hope that somebody will latch on because, you know, it will identify particular issues, will identify with other certain people more so than others. Some people like animals, so they'll be like, oh, RCMP saving animals, yay. Or some people will be like, I have a girlfriend or a wife or a mom or whatever. I grew up in a household of abuse, so they'll gravitate to the abuse story, and they'll be like, oh, abuse, yes. And then they'll miss what's going on right in front of them. You see, this is what they do. But the problem is, we see you now. Lots of people see you. 3 events. Okay. Oh, there was a dump truck. Also, I apologize. I missed the dump truck. Interesting. So now they're going to have a little break for how long did you say? You love those shades? Yeah, I know. I actually paid a little bit of money for them, but they were hilarious. I was like, oh, I have to get these. Who the hell would wear these? I'll wear them. I got cones. I would drive around town. I only wore them once out, I think. I don't know, a couple of times. Look over at the lovely ladies on the road, and I'd just be like, how's it going? How's it going? As long as you can bring a smile to people's faces, this is what's important, right? You can bring intelligence and logic, but humor is important. Saw a video of Truro police in lobby, pictures of dogs. Yeah, okay, royalty, whatever. But it's the emotional ones, the dogs, the women. I know I'm forgetting a bunch of them. Animals, kitty cat rolling around on the ground. Meanwhile, people are getting murdered. Do you want to talk about that one? Oh, that would involve the clocks in Nova Scotia that don't work. But this whole sham, right? Because Ms. Fox is very right. I believe from this period forward, if we look at their calendar, though you will get important things out of it, and some of these discussions are, I would say, important to have elsewhere, and this is just my opinion, but elsewhere, it does nothing to answer 18 and 19, and that's what exactly they want. They NASCAR through the other stuff, and then they rain a whole bunch of other things on you, and you'll get weeks and weeks of this stuff, and then people will just be like, that's what they hope, right? That's what they do. Oh, you see, it's just a series of big mistakes. Sorry. You know how many times these people are so inept? If you actually were to find how many times they made mistakes, like we're talking really special. You know what I mean, right? Like real special. It would make special proud, especially proud. But they like it because then they're like, oh, see, we just made mistakes is all. They don't want you looking underneath what happened. Why did it happen? What was going on underneath it all? Right? The money. Oh, the dental clinics is very interesting. I'm digging up more good stuff on the dental clinics. And what was that about the new gun? She changed the model of the gun. Did you guys catch that? I never saw that interview. Do you mean the this one? That was all where, when I was, I think I broadcast that one live, and I was like, And you had Bergerman. I'm talking over here. You can hear me, can't you? You remember that, Bergerman? Oh, it's pretty classic. I know I have so many friends over there. It's all great. Going to wax some nose hairs might just wake me up. Ooh. Well, please do. Don't get lost, because that is what they're hoping for. Seriously. The War Room in Ottawa, and I referred to that way back when, just because I know how this goes, right? So I'm like, well, they're firing up all of their nonsense, which is like the strong stuff. The strong stuff is very important too, right? Makes you if we really look at it, how strong were these people, right? It has nothing to do with, funnily enough, about citizens. It has to do with these people. Not very strong, kind of failed, because they were covering their own ass for much deeper ops that they're running. Where was that too? You can go to, here, let me find that one. Oh, the snow. I put out the video. Don't you know it's snowing? A year, what is 16 months later? Okay, now. Okay. It's in here, I believe. Where was it here?
Lloyd Johnson isn't a
Good old Lloyd. Now, you're going to hear from, who is it? I forget. Over at the Keiths. Keiths will have a relevant part here. Because we could listen to Lloyd. I wonder how Wayland's doing these days. Anyway, oh yeah, it's gone. Sorry, didn't mean to talk about that. Now, those down in the war room, like they just hate my humor, eh? I think it's lost on a lot of other people, but they get it. It's fucking really, really crass. I throw in all kinds of little jokes.
Next door at Keith's Gas Bar, manager Kristen Sillaboy believes it was the killer in the video. She received a text message from a friend Sunday whose brother is an RCMP officer.
Sorry, what? What? What?
Video. She received a text message from a friend Sunday whose brother is an RCMP officer saying the suspect was in the area and to go into lockdown.
No, to the best of my knowledge, she wasn't actually there. Her dad was, maybe, I think. It's the fellow from Millbrook. RCMP officer, I forget his name, who sent her a message and said, and when you read through a lot of the foundational documents from members, they're warning their families. So again, I would say down in the ticker there, unless you're part of a family, the one that they like to refer to. We lost one of our family. Unless you're part of the family or have family in your family, well, you're kind of fucked. That's what's going down. Until the war room can get some kind of music fest together to cover their ass.
In the video, she received a text message from a friend Sunday whose brother is an RCMP officer saying the suspect was in the area and to go into lockdown.
Yeah. And those of you who are scrubbing through the documents, you know what I'm talking about. You'll see a lot of them. A lot of the members who are like, well, I phoned my wife, or I did this, or I did that. That's because they don't want to share with the rest of people, right? You can be damned. You're not part of it. The serve and protect again. Where did that go? These are the only relevant ones that I'm going to, talk about in terms of the snow that they're throwing at people. Who cares about the Weather Channel? What is relevant is that you didn't say anything. I want to ask a really important question. And I have asked it a few times. I know my shit is long. What happened between 6:30 and 8:45? Let's go with the worst case scenario or whatever. The most, it's absolutely irrefutable by that point, right? Because tweeters. All right. So if I go to my tweeter folder, we had a tweet at 8:02. 8:02. Now you could argue this one and just simply say, well, they didn't know. RCMP remains on scene in Portapique. This is an active shooter. Residents in the area stay inside your homes. Okay, now what happened at 6:30? A lot of events happen at 6:30. There are people showing up at the dental clinic. There are people coming out of woods. There are people, RCMP officers are getting sent home. The ones that were read in, right? Go home now. Well, maybe even some that weren't. Go home. Nothing to see here because he died, or maybe he committed suicide, or he fell victim to some shit in a fire, or whatever the hell it is, right? We don't need you. Okay, so what happened from that point until you could argue this one and say, well, they just weren't sure, right? So they're just kind of like, well, maybe, blah, 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 to this one, which is absolutely 100% unexplainable. 51-year-old Gabriel Wortman is suspect in our active shooter investigation. There are several victims. He is considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, call 911. Do not approach. He's described as white male, bald, 6'2", 6'3", green eyes. What time? This was at 8:54. 8:54. Nothing on Hunter Road had transpired by that point. So why in the hell did you suddenly think he was alive? Help me. Help me. Something happened. Somebody said something. Do you see where I'm going with this one? It is. They knew. You can argue the 8:02 or whatever the hell it is, but at 8:54, nothing's going on over on Hunter Road. Suddenly they know he's alive. How do they know he's alive? Well, she wasn't with him. She was hiding out underneath a tree. Yes, they did. But some people like to record things. Some people better than others. Oh, but that would be one right there. Oh dear. But some of us still and even in our technological ineptitude, can save things, can record things. Like to do that. Keep receipts. Receipts are important. Archiving, important. How is it? I want to hear some theories. I'd like to hear some theories. Help me brainstorm. How is it that they knew? Nothing's going on at Hunter Road, and they sent their own members home. And then suddenly they decided that he was alive. She didn't see him for a few hours. Okay, but they think that he's consumed in a fire to the point that they literally do send people home. Let's go to is this going to open for me, or they stuck it behind a paywall? Fucking paywalls. All right. Now, Lindsay Jones. Hi, Lindsay. Receipts. Oh, receipts. Now, if we look for... Oh, what am I doing here? Oops. Oops, if I spell, right? RCMP Sergeant Dave Lilly's voice cracks with emotion as he stands on the side of the gravel shoulder, Highway 4, Wentworth, Nova Scotia. 23-year veteran of the Forest Works Detachment Amherst was one of dozens of officers who responded. Lots of them got to have sandwiches down in Great Village. They weren't part of the plan. And I know that sounds a bit tinfoily, but look at Dion Sutton's own statement. He seems to say certain people seem to know more than other people. He doesn't seem to. He says it repeatedly. And he's like, I don't know why you guys all made me feel so unwelcome at the command center. So I just sat in my truck. And then finally I just quit going on the wild goose chase that you were sending me on. 23-year veteran with force respond to April 1819, worst mass shooting in Canadian history, where lives just get taken or disappear, whatever the mass casualty languaging psychobabble is. Homicide, right? Homicide? Yes, homicide still a word. On Friday, ahead of the online vigil, Sergeant Lilly and his wife drove to some of the roadside memorials that had sprouted up in honor of the victims. We feel guilty. We wish we could have done more, he said, dressed in formal uniform of red serge, tunic, and Stetson. Any of us would have taken a bullet for these victims. Okay. They thought they had the scene contained, so some of his colleagues headed home around 6:30 or 7. Now, if you read the foundational documents and things, it's more than just that. They thought he was dead. That was why they were sending him home. I think they may have altered this article. Finished is the word that he uses there. We thought he was finished. Now, what happened? What happened between the 6:30 where tons of events love to transpire, miraculous coincidences, of course, around 6:30, right? There's a lot of them, but just around 6:30. Clocks seem to work around that, apparently, because they're all going off at the same time. Now, what happened between 6:37 and 8:54? Help me. They could have used his skills. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's really sad. And I hope, I don't like to single him out. Like, I don't want to put him onto the spot. And I hope that I'm using him in the correct context. But his stuff is really telling. And those of you who aren't familiar with that video or haven't read his statement, to which, you can do either. I did read it aloud. Let's see. I'll get the video here. Afternoon. God, I can hardly watch that. Okay, I don't like to watch myself. Now, Dion Sutton, mass casualty interview read-along. Here's the video. Very, very telling what he says. I think I linked the... Oh, did I not link it? I guess I didn't. I'm not very good at doing this. Okay, now he says a lot of stuff in there. Just as a lot of other officers do too. But I'm still wondering about this one. Notice how that's kind of disappeared from the narrative. The 6 a.m. till 9. They sewed it. The narrative has changed drastically. Certain things they were all over at the beginning, and certain things have kind of into the background. But how would they know? Let's see, what have you got here? Brown and Melanson are everywhere. They're on the list. There's a few names I have on here that I'm curious about. Let's just say it that way. I like to go everywhere. Certain people turn to be a little more about other things than other people. That's a very good question, Sandy. Yes. One I've asked a few times. I'm curious how Mr. Lilly's name gets brought into things. But you see, that there in of itself, very, very important. I'm not singling Mr. Lilly out because I don't know what the hell they're doing with him. RCMP likes to throw people under the bus. Looks like a few people they've already decided to sell out. Where am I looking for here? This was on Paul's dump. Not spoken about very much at all, but I'm happy to speak about it. 34. Risk Manager Rehill continued to investigate a real RCMP vehicle that had been present at the scene. He directed his inquiry as to whether Sergeant Dave Lilly, an RCMP officer from Cumberland County, which is 26 minutes away is the closest border, might have been involved in the matter. Okay. And I've gone through this a few times, so sorry if I'm being a repeater. Now, this is because the footnote is the important part. And please don't, I'm not singling Sergeant Lilly out at all. What I am saying is they knew about the car, the fully marked car. Don't believe the babble about, we didn't know. Fuck that. Oh, they certainly did. It was all over the radio. Why? It is unclear what initiated the discussion of Sergeant Lilly's name. 10:12. Look at the proximity to when the first 911 call. Right? First 911 call, apparently 10:01, right? Staff Sergeant Rehill attempted to phone Jamie Blair. While doing so, he states, Dave Lilly, an unknown person, which actually, if you read the documents, it reads different than this, which is even more interesting. An unknown person in the background replies, yeah, we were wondering if he was in the area. This was seconds before Constable Patton, and I've read his stuff, I believe on here. I believe I've read it on here, where he asks about the cars, because who sends him there? Rehill. I think Rehill's the guy who won the award, right? Rehill requests Patton to check on all the cars. Where are all the cars? This was seconds before Constable Patton advised 10:13 that there were no Cumberland members in the area. Okay, and then it goes into the school stuff. That's not relevant to what I'm speaking to. What is relevant is that they knew that there were cars. They were trying to account for the cars. It is in Darren Campbell's statement, which I was going back to and looking at all the stories that were out there around about the same time. You know, the ones so that things kind of slip under the radar. Oh, yeah. What was that? Oh, right. One of them being the 911 calls. Those just kind of got leaked in there. So then everybody's like, ooh. But then what gets lost in the mix? Darren's statement. Darren's affidavit. Took him how long to swear out? I think it was a year. July 3rd. I think he swore it out. Media doesn't report
Welcome
about
back.
it until
The
the
proceedings
14th.
are again in session.
Thank you. We'll now ask Ms. Young to begin her questioning of the first witness. Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Commission Council calls Paul Mason. Good morning, Mr. Mason. I understand you'd prefer to be sworn today?
Yes, please.
Mr. Mason, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Mason, what's your job title?
I'm Executive Director of the Provincial Emergency Management Office and the Office of the Fire Marshal.
And that's the province of Nova Scotia, of course.
Yes.
And you've already given an interview to the Mass Casualty Commission, and that may have been already made an exhibit in the foundational document, but I'll just read out the COM number. It's COMM 0054268. So just make that an exhibit, please. So the idea is I won't take you through everything you've already told us because the participants have your interview and they can read that and the commissioners will read it. But I would like you to help us understand what it's like I just delivered this rather dry presentation about the Alert Ready policies, but you're the one who lives it. So can we start by just hearing about your background and your education?
Sure. I've lived in Nova Scotia my whole life. My professional experience, I worked in the financial and insurance sectors up until 2007, at which point I joined the provincial government. I worked in project management and policy until coming over to the department or to the emergency management office in December of 2011 as the provincial director of the 911 system. I held that position until becoming executive director of the emergency management office in 2017 and took on responsibilities for the fire marshal in 2019. My education were from St. Mary's University. I have a master's of business administration, and I also hold a PNP and several other designations.
Is PNP a project management qualification?
Yeah, project management professional.
We do have sign language interpreters with us today, so I would ask you to slow down a little bit, I think quite quickly.
Certainly.
And so do you still have responsibility for the 911 system as well?
I don't currently. There's a direct.
Closed captioning has been around forever. Come on, let's get on it. It's actually, funnily enough, you've got it scrolling across the bottom of the screen. We don't need to have the distracto technique. Stop that. Very transparent. 07033. Thank you, oh dear.
What is your job now? Can you explain your role to us and your various responsibilities?
Really, in a nutshell, it's really trying to coordinate the various kind of business units under my responsibility. So it's really focused on the fire marshal's office. And within EMO, there's really two primary business units. One is the Provincial 911 service. The other is what's known as the Incident Management Division. It was formerly known as Operations. Basically trying to coordinate those functions, making sure we've got alignment on federal initiatives that we're partnering on, and trying to align with the department and government more generally.
And so as far as the EMO itself, what are the EMO's responsibilities and core functions?
Sure. As per our act, there's two main acts that EMO oversees. One is the Emergency Management Act, and the other, of course, is the Provincial 911 Act. So with regard to 911, it's really just ensuring that the operation and then the technology platform is operating as it should, making sure and working with our various partners to ensure that there's properly trained staff in place and what have you at the various 911 public safety answering points, which we have agreements with them to operate on our behalf. With regard to incident management and under the Emergency Management Act, it's really just ensuring that we're exercising, working with our partners so that the province is prepared to respond to various types of events. There's been a risk assessment, which was, I think, most recently updated in 2016, which identifies various kinds of events which could impact the province, which EMO would play a role in. Most of those are within the realm of what would be defined as natural disasters, storms, hurricanes, critical infrastructure failures. So we work with our partners to try to ensure that we're positioned to respond to those when those events occur.
And what does the Emergency Management Office do other than sending alerts? Do you actually get involved in dealing with emergencies hands-on, or do you help figure out which provincial agency or department is involved?
Sure. It really depends on what's happening. Generally, we're not a first response organization or operationally deployed. There are certain circumstances where we would be in leading or in charge, for lack of a better term, of a response. A good example of that would be hurricanes. So for example, when Hurricane Dorian impacted the province back in September of 2019, EMO was really coordinating the response for that, working with our municipal partners, critical infrastructure partners, other provincial departments, and what have you. Other types of events would fall under other organizations' legislated mandates. So it really depends. In those types of situations, we would just support them as required. So for example, Department of Natural Resources would oversee and respond to wildland fires. We would support them in any way they came to us for assistance. In many cases, they can handle that without any assistance from us. But in some cases, they may come to us, and we would, of course, arrange that either through other provincial resources or in some cases reaching out to the federal government or private sector.
Do you ever get involved in supporting by helping with comfort centers, for example?
Comfort centers are certainly a tool that are used a lot. Basically, a comfort center, kind of in a nutshell, is a place where people can go. Generally, when we use them, it's kind of through the lens of power outages. So if there's a large scale storm, the power's out, that kind of thing. It's a place where people can go, recharge their phones, warm up, and what have you. Comfort centers are under the responsibility of municipalities. They're not the same as a shelter. A shelter has overnight accommodations and what have you. A comfort center doesn't have that. So municipalities make the decision to open those and operate them. We certainly communicate and coordinate to some extent on it, but it's ultimately a municipal accountability.
The commissioners just heard about the evolution of alerting in Canada and Nova Scotia from 2010. Were you involved in alerting at that point?
I became involved when I was hired into the director of Provincial 911 role in December of 2011.
Were you involved in Nova Scotia's negotiations with Palmerex?
Not the initial agreement, which was signed, I believe, in 2010. There was a slight update to the agreement in 2014, which I was involved in those discussions, but not the initial agreement, no.
And so when you joined in 2011, was the alert system in place already, or were you involved in implementing that?
It was being deployed. At that time, my executive director had tasked our team, and it had been tasked prior to my coming into the position, to work to kind of deploy the system. It was, Nova Scotia was really kind of an early adopter on it. At that time, it was before any CRTC rulings or what have you. What we had done via the agreement we had signed with Palmerex in 2010 is we'd acquired a number of kind of transmitter boxes, which could be deployed to radio stations. And we'd worked with approximately 30 radio stations, which, as good corporate citizens, were willing to partner with us in this initiative. And what we did with those stations is we took the transmitter boxes which we had acquired and we deployed them into these radio stations so that we could issue an alert via the Palmerex platform and it would transmit on these radio stations. So that was kind of the early days.
The radio stations would be what we heard is called last mile distributors.
Exactly. Any of the transmitters, the organizations which actually transmitted, they were commonly referred to as a last mile distributor.
When did cell phones get introduced as a means to get alerts out?
They've been discussed for a number of years. There was a CRTC ruling, I believe, in April of 2017, which stated that effective April of 2018, wireless carriers would have to begin transmitting these alerts on cell phones. So it became operational in April of 2018.
And understand there are different types of alerts. So broadly speaking, at the CRTC level, we heard about the broadcast interrupt.
Yep.
And then are there public health alerts?
What exists is there's a list of 32 broadcast intrusive alert types. Those are agreed to nationally. They were developed by what's called the Senior Officials Responsible for Emergency Management, or SORM. That's an organization which is co-chaired by Public Safety Canada, the other co-chair being a provincial rep. And that group worked to really kind of identify what those 32 alert types would be and the definitions to go along with them, which were key to interpreting when an event was occurring, which would qualify for an alert. So there was, those discussions went on from approximately 2010. In September of 2014, the list was largely finalized and became effective April 1st, 2015. I wasn't directly involved in the development of that list because at that time, my executive director was the provincial representative on SORM, and all the various provinces, along with Public Safety Canada, worked to develop that list.
When you say the list of 32 alert types became, you said it became effective?
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
What it means is there was a CRTC ruling in August of 2014, and that ruling was the one which dictated that television and radio would have to begin issuing alerts. So it was no longer, a cooperative effort for those that were willing to partake, like the early radio stations. It became a condition of these organizations' license under the CRTC. So that became effective April 1st, 2015. So the list was finalized, so that was in place at the same time.
Can you give us a few examples of the 32 types of emergencies?
Sure. They're primarily focused on natural disasters. They're things like tsunamis, earthquakes, storm surge is one, a wildfire, urban fire. There are some such as terrorism, civil emergency, Amber Alert. Those are some of the 32.
And I take it that depending on the type of emergency, that might affect which agency would be leading the emergency response. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so of the 32 alert types, how many would be police-led?
The only one which is specifically police-related is Amber Alert. Basically, within the definition for that one, it states that. There are a number which kind of straddle both emergency management and could have policing implications. And those would be civil emergency, which was generally for things like riots, large-scale civil disruptions, terrorism. There's explosive, which in some scenarios could be police-related, dependent upon, of course, the event. So there are about 4 or 5. Dangerous animal would be another one.
And I think people are familiar with the term, but can you just tell us what an Amber Alert is?
Sure. Basically, an Amber Alert, in Nova Scotia, it's a separate program managed by the Department of Justice. There's criteria around it, which I'm not a subject matter expert on. It's really a policing initiative, for lack of a better term. But basically, it's if a person is generally a young person, but a person is missing and they believe that they've been kidnapped. If the various criteria are met, they would issue an Amber Alert. That's separate from the Alert Ready or National Public Alerting System, but where it is one of the qualifying 32 alert types, you can utilize that system to help kind of amplify the message of that Amber Alert.
Can you explain the difference between emergency response and emergency management?
Certainly. The way I would define it with regard to emergency management with what we do, it's really just working with partners, primarily municipalities, but also other provincial departments, critical infrastructure partners, to kind of plan so that they're more resilient to types of hazards they may face. Most of those hazards in our world are natural resource or kind of natural disaster type hazards, but really just that planning and trying to manage emergencies through that process. I would contrast that with first responders, who are obviously much more tactical, responding to events which come up, generally fire, police, or medical.
The commissioners heard about the Provincial Coordination Center earlier. So can you explain, when something is going on, let's say it is a weather disaster, how much are individual people responsible for looking after themselves, and when does it become something that the Provincial Coordination Center might be involved?
Sure. In emergency management, and this is true throughout Canada and really most of North America, there's kind of an escalation or an evolution to how you respond. So, and this is something we spend a lot of time on in our kind of public awareness. You know, with regard to individuals, we certainly encourage 72 hours of preparedness. So if you're somebody who has a medical condition, making sure you've got medicine on hand, you know, having some non-perishable foods, those types of things, right? Then, depending upon the nature and the scale of what's happening, our next kind of response organization or level of government per se would be the municipality. So the municipality would respond. They, under our Emergency Management Act, they have to have an emergency plan. We work to train and exercise with them on that for various hazards which may, you know, exist within their jurisdiction. Beyond that is the province. So there are certainly situations, Dorian would be a large example, where a municipality may be overwhelmed or taxed to respond, or they may need specific assets or what have you that the province can provide. That's where they can request assistance from us and ourselves. Certainly there are cases where we may need specific assets or we may be taxed, where we would submit a request for assistance into the federal government via Public Safety Canada.
And so if it's just an ordinary day and there's nothing going on, how many people are in the EMO office?
In our office, it would depend. Generally, in our office on Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, we would probably have 15 to 20 people in there at any given time. EMO is not staffed after hours. We have duty officers on call, but we're not operational outside of regular business hours unless there's an event which causes an activation.
And is the Provincial Coordination Center a separate place that exists all the time, or is it more like a mode or a battle station you go into when there's an emergency?
It's a separate physical location. It's located in the upstairs of above our general office. Basically, it's not staffed all the time. So what would happen is if an event occurs, if it's a predictable event, for example, like a weather system or what have you, we would be monitoring that. We have various activation triggers. And if we get a request from one of our partners to activate to help them respond, or if we feel that we may need to respond, we would activate the Provincial Coordination Center. We have a standby team on call at all times in case something happens suddenly and unexpectedly. It's people we can call to come in. But if it's more predicted, we would make the decision whether or not to activate it based upon the information that we had, and we would go up and staff it. It would run 24/7 until the event is done.
So you said you could respond, or you may feel you need to respond. So do I take it from that you anticipate to a certain extent if you might be receiving a request?
In some cases, a good example would be, weather situations like storms and what have you. Not necessarily particularly, like to the level of a Dorian, but a significant snow event, wind, ice, and what have you. We'll work with a partner we work closely with is Nova Scotia Power. So we'll be in communication with them. We'll be comparing the information that we have along with their information, how the weather situation may impact their infrastructure. And we would determine to activate for that. We have different levels of activation, which really derive the number of staff which are in the PCC or Provincial Coordination Center. And we would activate to be prepared to respond, if that event became more significant.
So when you're considering issuing an alert or you're responding to a request from an alert, what, if any, concerns would you have about the possibility that the PSAPs or the 911 call system would be overwhelmed with a high number of calls?
It's a variable. Basically, we developed our own policy on alerting in 2017. And basically what that policy really stipulates, it really goes to the 32 alert types. And it kind of prompts that if one of those is occurring, the lead agency on. So for example, with Hurricane Dorian, we were activated, we were monitoring for things like dam overflow and those types of things. If one of those events is occurring, and as per the policy, the conventional communication means are inadequate, then we would look to utilize that system in that scenario. With regard to the PSAPs being overwhelmed, we certainly, as per that policy, reach out to the PSAPs to advise them if we're going to send an alert, if at all possible. But that staffing would have to be in place to handle those call volumes. We haven't been advised. We haven't had a situation with regard to 911 where we've had it overwhelmed, basically, from a utilization of the system.
I guess there'd be two facets to that: the staffing, having enough people to answer calls, and then the technology itself.
There are. Basically, when it comes to 911, the network per se is called the Incumbent Local Exchange Carriers, provided by Bell. So it's a separate phone network that runs from the 911 switch, which is in Fredericton, to the various PSAPs. And under the CRTC rulings, there's a lot of redundancy and duplication that's built into that network. So like any piece of infrastructure, it could be overwhelmed at some point. I don't know what the finite number is for that, but I would suspect it would be very high. I would suspect that if you were to have a situation where a 911 system was to be overwhelmed, you would have it'd be more likely that you simply wouldn't have enough call takers to process the calls as opposed to the technology.
How many PSAP workstations are there in Nova Scotia?
There are 34 deployed among our 6 PSAPs. The PSAPs, I should state, there's 4 primary and 2 backup.
And we have heard some evidence about that. You mentioned that you would give the PSAPs a heads up if there was something big coming like a hurricane. What about when you're testing the alert system? Do you communicate with the PSAPs when you're doing that?
We've tested the alert system 16 times between December of 2015 and April of 2020. Before we issue an alert, a test alert, because this is part of the public awareness initiatives around that system, which undertaken nationally. So before we issue one of those alerts, we do social media and what have you. We also send out a message via a technology platform that we utilize that sends all of our partners an email. So we'll email them usually 2 or 3 days in advance. And this would be all of the municipalities, critical infrastructure partners, and what have you, to say we're going to be doing a test at X time on Y day. But in the case of the PSAPs, because of our relationship with them and the critical function that they have, we also call them specifically so that they are aware that there will be a test on that day, because we don't want them to be surprised.
Another group we hear about when we're talking about alert policy is the acronym is DEPO. It's Departmental Emergency Preparedness Officers.
Yep.
What is that group, and are you involved in it at all?
I'm not directly involved. It's been subsequently changed. We've changed it to agency rep, but it's the same thing, basically. What that person is they're kind of our liaison person with that organization. So it could be another provincial department, it could be a critical infrastructure partner, or another federal department, or what have you. It's in effect our liaison person.
So for example, if the emergency was wildfires that you were planning, then it would maybe be somebody in lands and forests would be on that
Exactly.
or in that group?
They serve a critical role because when we're activated for an event, basically we push information out to them, which they then take back to their home organization. And they also bring information to us, which helps us with our situational awareness.
And are there police agencies involved in the depot?
Yes.
And which ones for Nova Scotia?
Certainly the large ones. I would have to defer to my Director of Incident Management for the full listing, though we would have that. But certainly RCMP, HPD, I believe CBRMPD. I'm not sure about the other ones. I'd have to check.
And HPD would be Halifax Police?
Exactly, yep.
So there are regular meetings of the Emergency Management Office. You've produced a list, and Madam Registrar, this is COMM 0043673. If that list could be made an exhibit, please. That's a list of meetings that happened between 2011 and 2020. Was that something that you pulled together recently?
Yes, basically we pulled that together as part of our response to the Commission.
Okay. And can you explain what the purpose of those meetings are generally?
Well, basically, if it's the DEPO meetings, what those are is really just to discuss issues, current initiatives, work that's underway, provide briefings. It's an opportunity for those organizations to brief to the rest of the table, including EMO, on issues or priorities they may have. So really information sharing. Those are separate from meetings with our 911 PSAPs. They're more, the DEPO meetings are under Incident Management Division, whereas of course 911 is a separate division. But that's the intent of those meetings.
And do RCMP and Halifax Police attend those DNPO meetings?
Yes, that's my understanding. The Director of Incident Management oversees those meetings, so I don't chair that. But yes, they do attend them, is my understanding.
And do you attend yourself those meetings?
I generally don't. Basically, that's generally that's chaired by our Director of Incident Management.
Okay. And so you said you also meet regularly with the PSAPs.
I did in my role as Director of Provincial 911, yes.
And so those are quarterly usually, I gather?
They were quarterly. We would generally meet 4 times a year, sometimes 3, but 3 to 4 times a year.
So you were attending those, was that from the time you started at EMO at the end of 2011 until about 2017 when you became director, or beyond? 2018,
October 2018 was my last meeting in that capacity, because I maintained my role as Director of Provincial 911 until my replacement was hired in December of 2018.
And I gather your colleague, Rodney Legg, who's going to be testifying next, also would attend those meetings?
Yes, he'd be there.
And there'd be representatives of police agencies at those meetings?
Yes, the representatives of our 4 PSAPs would be there.
Okay, so that would include RCMP and Halifax Police?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those meeting minutes have already been made exhibit through the supporting materials and the foundational documents. There are a number of others that I would like to make exhibits now, if you'll permit me, Commissioners. And so there was one document that had a bundle of minutes, and that is COMM 0036807. And then there were meeting minutes from October 23rd, 2012, PSAP Managers Quarterly Meeting Minutes, COMM 0057404. Then we have PSAP Managers Quarterly Meeting Minutes from October 8th, 2014, COMM 0057399. There are PSAP meeting minutes from September 16, 2015, COMM 0043684. Then June 15, 2016, COMM 0043668. And the last one in this group is COMM 0043683. Could those be made exhibits, please?
So those will be exhibits 1299 to 1305.
So I don't intend to take you through every one of those minutes, but I take it if your name is on the document as having been there, then you were there.
Yes.
You would have reviewed them at the time, I take it.
Yeah, after each of those meetings are circulated amongst all the participants for feedback and then finalized.
And so people had a chance to say if there was anything inaccurate on them?
Yes,
And you also reviewed them more recently for this commission?
I did.
Okay. And so they're accurate as far as you recall?
Yes.
And at those meetings, did you discuss with your police partners what the various uses of the alert system could be?
We did.
And did that include police-led alerts?
It did. Basically, as I noted earlier, around the 32 alert types, there are several that that could fall under basically a potential police utilization. So that was discussed, yes.
And did you discuss police-led alerts other than Amber Alerts?
Yes, I believe in the September 2015 minutes, as my memory serves me, it talks about how an incident commander could request a utilization of the system. That was about 3 months before our first test in December 2015.
Did EMO have a view as to, at least when you were director, as to whether it should be issuing all the alerts or whether some of them should be issued by police?
EMO had an interest in sharing the technology platform with the 3 large police agencies that we dealt with through 911 because of their 24/7 capacity and their situational awareness with regard to policing related events.
And I gather EMO also gave various presentations to law enforcement agencies over the years, and these have been filed in a different foundational document, but we have presentations from 2014, 2016, 2019 concerning the possible applications of public alerting in policing. And so was it an ongoing dialogue over all those years? Or
It was. Basically, there were really 2 main, in my understanding or my experience, 2 main streams of communication. So in my role as Director of Provincial 911 during that time, I was keeping the PSAPs, updated as a regular kind of discussion point among many other discussion points that we had as part of our ongoing 911 related meetings. So that was one ongoing place of communication. That's reflected in the minutes from 2011, I believe, right up to 2018. But aside from that, there were communications which were more focused around, at that time, what was known as our operations unit, which is now incident management, where there were meetings to discuss potentially sharing the platform with police. I saw in your presentation earlier mention a 2012 internal document that at that time Sergeant Fury had put in through the police, so or through the RCMP. So that was early in my days. I wasn't as involved on that operation side because I was more focused on 911, but I was certainly aware and had been advised that there were discussions underway. I know that I was advised at that time that there had been a meeting in 2013 or 14 with risk managers at RCMP to once again discuss whether or not there was an interest in the platform. That didn't come to fruition. And then I was asked to develop a presentation for RCMP, HPD, and CBRMPD, which I delivered to them in June of 2016. At that point, we'd gone live with the television and radio communications. So that had been in place since April of 15, so a little over a year before. And we knew cell phone was coming. So I gave that presentation to them, highlighting that there could be potential police utilizations and highlighting that because of our lack of situational awareness, we're not involved in police operations. We don't get information on what's ongoing. It's not something we do. So we highlighted that along with our 24/7 capacity, which we did not have, to offer them that platform. There was a subsequent meeting.
Sorry, before you move on, I just
Sure.
want to make that presentation an exhibit. It's COMM 0000992, so 4 zeros.
Exhibit 1306.
Where is that
Is
again?
that something we could pull up on screen, Madam Registrar?
Is that on your website?
While Madam Registrar is looking for that, Mr. Mason, can you just, so this presentation, so you were not executive director at that time, is that right?
No, I was still in my role as Director of Provincial 911, but my team with Rodney Legg had been deploying the NDAC boxes and really kind of facilitating the testing and what have you of the system. So at that time, my executive director and the acting operations director had asked me to put together this presentation and deliver it to these three organizations.
So did your executive director at the time review it and approve it?
Yes.
And so what was it that you were offering the police services?
What we were offering them, it was really building upon meetings which had been going on since 2012, but now that the system was live, we were offering them direct access. We were highlighting that we didn't have situational awareness and weren't involved in police operations or 24/7 capacity. So we were offering that to them as a potential utilization, certainly for Amber Alerts, but potentially for some of these other ones, which could be both for emergency management or policing.
And by offering them, who were you offering it to?
RCMP, HPD, and CBRMPD.
And how did they respond?
They had an interest in the platform, but they were not interested in direct access at that time. There were some subsequent emails afterwards, and where it landed was they would continue to request an alert, which was the practice at that time. So they would continue with that.
And there was some correspondence that we've disclosed between yourself and the Halifax Regional Police about Alert Ready around June 2016. I'd like to make that an exhibit, Madam Registrar, COMM 0043675. So that did not happen at that time in 2016. You also mentioned then Sergeant Fury's memo from 2012, and I just want to remind the commissioners on the record that that memo has already been exhibited through the foundational document. And so in 2012, was it also offered then to police agencies to have direct access to the alert system?
That is my understanding. I wasn't at that meeting, but certainly in the discussions I had with my executive director at the time, it was certainly clear to me that we'd offered it to them, but there was not an interest at that point.
And so following that presentation and the police agencies declining direct access, were there further discussions?
There were.
Okay. Can you
We-
just summarize those for us, please?
Sure. We were actually called to utilize the system in June of 2017. We got a call from HPD, and they had an Amber Alert situation underway with a missing person. So we were working with them basically to get that alert out. Fortunately, they were able to locate the person, so it was canceled and didn't go out at that time. But we did have a subsequent meeting with HPD afterwards just to kind of debrief and talk about it. We once again offered direct access, and we were advised they would prefer to continue with the current system. And that's what really prompted us to get our policy developed. We hired an external consulting company in July of 2017 to develop the policy, which we put in place in, I think it was finished in November of 2017. And then, of course, meetings continued after that as well.
And so that policy that was revised and put in place November 2017, was that the one that would have been in place in April 2020?
Yes.
So if you saw my presentation earlier when I was talking about that procedure that's in place, all the 9 steps that have to be followed and so on, that's that policy, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I gathered at a certain point the RCMP joined something called the Public Alerting Working Group, which reports to SORM. Can you
Yes.
explain what that group is, please?
What that is these are discussions we've been having at the provincial level, but of course the RCMP federally reports to Public Safety Canada. SORM, which once again is senior officials responsible for emergency management, is co-chaired by Public Safety Canada. So what POG does is POG is kind of a technical policy group, which was it's the Public Alerting Working Group is what POG stands for. So if there's questions around how the policy around alerting should develop, what kinds of alert types should be in place, and also technical aspects, for example, how the interface should be kind of configured and that kind of thing. The POG is generally tasked with really kind of analyzing those issues and creating recommendations, which will go up to SORM for approval, or well, SORM is the ultimate kind of decider on it, for lack of a better term, but they can also be discussed and kind of have for lack of a better term, kind of a dotted line relationship with the Governance Council operated by Palmerex as well. But it's a technical group, and RCMP was represented on that.
Do you recall when the RCMP joined that group?
I don't, because I'm not a member of POG. Certainly my understanding, I know at a May 2018 meeting in Ottawa, updating ministers responsible for emergency management, in one of the PowerPoints, it talked about how the federal government wanted to bring more federal agencies into having direct issuance capacity. Federally, the only agency which can currently issue an alert as a trusted user independently is Environment Canada. So there were others they wanted to bring online with that, such as Natural Resources Canada and RCMP. I believe they were on the POG before that, but that meeting was in May of 2018.
And as a result of that 2018 meeting, did the RCMP get direct access as an issuer?
They did not at that time. They were involved on the POG, but it's not necessarily tied to direct access.
And so if there's an emergency that's being dealt with by the police that warrants an alert, whose decision is it to issue an alert? Does that depend on whether that police force has direct access?
It doesn't depend on whether they're direct access. Currently, right now, the only 2 that have direct access are HPD and RCMP. Whether you have direct access or not, that police of jurisdiction has to make the decision as to whether or not the event is critical enough in nature, for lack of a better term, to warrant a utilization of the alert ready system. If they have direct access, then they can then go ahead and issue it themselves. If they don't have direct access, they would have to request it through us. And that's where our SOPs would kind of link in. We would then take that request and the information, make sure that it's an eligible alert type, and then go through those various steps that you outlined earlier to issue the alert.
When you say SOP, do you mean, what does that
Our
stand
standard operating procedures.
for? So if a police force doesn't have direct access to issue the alert themselves, but they request, but it's a police-led emergency, let's say it's a riot, and they request that EMO sends the alert, does EMO then know what's going on exactly with that emergency or not?
Not really. It would really depend on what the police is sharing with us. Like, obviously, the only information we really have is the open source media. So, if it's a riot, we've probably seen that on TV and what have you. But really, the police would just tell us the information they need for us to send. They don't have to give us all the particulars of the event or anything like that. They just have to, give us the information they want to put out via the alert.
So how does EMO know if any support or assistance is required by the police?
Well, the police would request it of us. That's how we become aware.
There's another meeting you mentioned in your commission interview, meeting with the RCMP about alerting. And do you recall discussing Alert Ready with any specific RCMP members
At a meeting?
in February 2020?
In February 2020, I was not at that meeting. Basically, that meeting was between our Director of Incident Management and Rod Legg.
Okay.
The RCMP had requested that meeting to discuss alerts. My understanding, and Rod can certainly speak to this later, is they were interested in Amber alerts. We certainly spoke to them about the other kinds of alerts, that could be used beyond that. But I wasn't directly at that meeting.
Okay, we'll ask him about that. And so if the RCMP had asked EMO for an alert in April of 2020, would the mass casualty events have qualified and would an alert have been issued?
Yes.
Did you receive a request from the RCMP or the Halifax Police to issue an alert in April of 2020?
We reached out to them and there were discussions, but I should clarify. They expressed an interest in issuing the alert at approximately 11:25. So we were
On which day?
on April 19th in the morning, AM. So we were just kind of, I guess, getting started, for lack of a better term, at that point when we were advised that the perpetrator was in custody.
When you say they, who do you mean?
I wasn't, Michael Bennett was our incident commander, was in discussion with various RCMP members. I believe Glenn Mason, who was our kind of our emergency management contact, and I believe he had been speaking to his inspector, Dusty Ambrodier.
And when you say expressed an interest, what do you mean? Did you get a formal request for an alert?
They said they would use the system at that point.
Did you get any phrasing like content for message or anything?
No, we just got that verification they would use it. We hadn't got to the point of actually getting the message to put out.
And I think you indicated in your interview that the EMO called the RCMP about issuing an alert, that the EMO initiated contact. Is that right?
That's correct. Basically, one of my staff, when we became aware of the event early in the morning, I'd asked staff to go in. I did subsequently go into the office myself. One of my staff issued me kind of a screenshot of a tweet of the RCMP cruiser.
So what time is this on what day? Time is this on what day?
I got that at 10:32 in the morning.
On which day?
On Sunday, April 19th.
And was that the first you'd heard of this?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, carry on.
Well, when I saw that, I immediately contacted our emergency management planning officer, who was coordinating things on the ground in that part of the province. And I
Who's
told
that?
Dominic Fuhrer.
Okay.
And I told him to call the RCMP and ask them if they would like to utilize the system.
So why did you do that if it was a police-led emergency and they hadn't requested EMO to do anything?
Because when I saw the police cruiser, it was the first indication that I had that this person was moving around.
So when you said the police cruiser, which vehicle do you mean?
The fake RCMP car.
And so you spoke to Dominic Fuhrer, and what did you tell him?
I told him to call the RCMP and ask them if they'd like to utilize the system.
And what time is that?
I believe it was about 10:32 or 10:34, Sunday morning, April 19th.
And what happened to your knowledge after that call?
What I became subsequently aware of is that Dom did try to contact the RCMP. He called their emergency operations center, which they have, which is kind of our primary contact. He wasn't able to get a hold of anybody there. I think there was some text exchange, and he was eventually able to get a hold of one of their reps, and then they ran it up the line to see whether or not they wanted to use the system.
By ran it up the line, you mean up the ranks of the RCMP?
Exactly, yes.
Commissioners, we do have a document called the Nova Scotia EMO Sequence of Calls, April 18th and 19th, 2020. Could that please be made the next exhibit? COMM 0000458. Are you familiar with that document, Mr. Mason?
I am, yeah.
And what is that?
After the event happened, I believe it was the next day, the Monday or what have you, my deputy minister advised me that they wanted us to kind of put together kind of a chronology of the various calls and how we'd all interacted in the event. So we put that document together. Their director of incident management kind of pulled that together amongst his staff. I added in the communications I had had, and then that document was completed and forwarded to our deputy minister.
Did you review that document for accuracy?
I did, yeah.
So it's accurate as far as you know?
It's certainly, it's accurate, yes. I've looked at all my kind of parts where I had a communication, what have you. I checked all those times on my phone when I was putting it together. Everybody was advised to do the same, so I'm confident it's accurate.
Madam Registrar, what's the exhibit number for that document?
1308.
Thank you.
Can you find that, oh dear? What time? Because I think it is earlier also.
Was that an agreed upon or previously discussed procedure? Was that part of your standard operating procedures?
It wasn't. Basically, our standard operating procedures, when it came to a utilization of the alert from a third party, or not us instituting it for something we're leading on, would be initiated with a request. When we became aware of the event that day, we'd already deployed some staff into our center just in case we got a request, because we're not staffed 24/7. We wanted to make sure we were ready in case something happened. When we saw the police cruiser and I reached out, it was because it became clear that that this person was mobile. So it wasn't part of our standing operating procedures.
Was there ever, prior to April 2020, an established procedure or process as to how to liaise with the RCMP to issue an alert?
With regard to that, basically, it would be through our agency reps, really. Basically, as I said earlier, when we're dealing with those partners, they're sharing that information in. We're regularly contacted by the RCMP, so we didn't have a specified person that would have to call us or what have you. They would simply call us, and as per our SOPs, we would then review to make sure that that's a trusted source, that it's the correct entity and organization, and that we're comfortable that that person has the authority to make that request.
During the events, did EMO have any involvement in setting up a comfort center?
We did, basically, and I became more aware of this. Well, I was aware on the morning of, after it had been set up, but we were contacted by the RCMP into our duty officer, and they requested that a comfort center be opened. So my understanding is that duty officer then called the municipality to make arrangements for them to open that comfort center.
Was that before or after the perpetrator was in custody?
Oh, that was before. I believe we were called, it would have been early, 6-ish, 6:10 or so. It would be in the document, but that's when we were called. So it was early in the morning.
Which comfort center was that?
I believe it was the Onslow Belmont one. Once again, I wasn't directly involved, but that's my understanding.
When we talked about the regular PSAP meetings earlier that you attended until 2018, or between about 2011 and 2018, who is the primary RCMP representative at those meetings?
The primary representative was Glenn Byrne, who's their commander of their OCC, or the communication center. Occasionally, one of their inspectors would also come to the meetings, so that would vary.
And that's BYRNE for the record. And so after the events, we did already hear about some changes to policies. I understand there were memorandums of understanding between EMO and the Halifax Regional Police and the RCMP.
For direct access, yes.
And I'll have to double check if the RCMP MOU is already in the foundational document, but I have the con number for the Halifax Police MOU, which is dated May 31st, 2021, COMM 0043578. If that could be made an exhibit, please, Madam Registrar.
1309.
And so I gather, so there was a change in position after the events as about direct access. Can you explain how that evolved?
Certainly. After the mass casualty, RCMP and shortly thereafter HPD expressed a willingness to take direct access to the system. That's something for police utilizations that we advocated for a while. So we were certainly, pleased that they were open to that, and we worked with them to develop the MOUs and also to ensure that their staff were trained up and what have you, so that they could issue alerts directly.
Another organization we hear about is the Alert Ready Senior Officials Committee.
Yep.
Is that a provincial body?
It is. After the mass casualty, approximately, I believe in July of 2020, the Alert Ready Senior Officials Committee was formed. It was co-chaired by the Deputy Minister of Justice and my Deputy Minister at the time. There were representatives there from RCMP, HPD, the Association of Police Chiefs, Department of Justice Public Safety Division, and ourselves. And really the purpose of that entity was really to review the alerting system through the lens of police utilization and develop recommendations on how it could be used in those types of circumstances.
And so is that before or after the memorandums of understanding were reached?
It was before. The memorandums of understanding, I believe we had HPD and RCMP trained up by about January or February of 2021. The MOUs were done around that time or shortly thereafter.
And so which police forces in Nova Scotia can now issue directly?
HPD and RCMP.
Okay. And so the rest of the forces still have to go through EMO?
That's correct.
But we heard there's a new procedure where it goes via Shuby radio, is that right?
There is.
Okay. And are you aware of whether it's different in other provinces, for example, in New Brunswick?
Yes. Ever since the mass casualty here in Nova Scotia, most other provinces have delegated direct authority to policing. So for example, there's different models in different provinces. So for example, in New Brunswick, RCMP issues for all police. So if you've got a municipal police force, they would work with the RCMP who would issue it on their behalf. My understanding is in PEI, the three main police forces have been trained to issue independently. I believe in Ontario, OPP had direct access for Amber Alerts for a while, and that was simply expanded to include these other alert types. So most other provinces now have police issuing directly. The only exceptions I'm aware of is, I believe Newfoundland is still working on it, and I believe Quebec is still issuing through their EMO, though their EMO is 24/7 operation.
So for the smaller police forces in Nova Scotia, obviously the RCMP and the Halifax Police are the two biggest. Have you had conversations with them since the mass casualty about them taking direct access? Has that been offered?
We have, yeah. It has been offered.
What has the response been?
At this point, they prefer to continue requesting through EMO. Our recommendation is always around direct access, but we've worked closely with all of our policing partners and have certainly made a lot of progress on the system. That's their current position.
And I understand that recently the RCMP has retained KPMG to do an audit on the risks of taking on the Alert Ready direct access.
Exactly. We've collaborated with them on that work. It's a risk analysis that, as you said, they've hired KPMG to undertake.
And so you've been involved in gathering information for that?
We have. My understanding is the analysis looks at, it's fairly broad. So there's some aspects which are specific just to policing. There are some aspects which kind of intersect with 911. So we've just had input on the 911 pieces. The other aspects are kind of outside of our scope.
Do you know who the RCMP lead is on that project?
We've been working closely. I don't know who the lead is. We've been working closely with Dustine Rodier. I know that their crops officer, Chris Leather, has been involved, but I'm not sure who exactly the project lead is per se.
And Commissioners, Attorney General of Canada Council has advised me that that report is coming possibly next week and will be produced to the Commission. And have there been any alerts since the mass casualty events?
There have been a number of alerts. After the mass casualty, we started to receive a number, I believe about a dozen, between, I believe, probably June of 2020 through till about January of 2021, alerts from various police agencies. most of them, around various incidents which they had that they requested us to issue alerts on their behalf, and we issued those at their request.
Were you involved in revising the alerting procedure at EMO after the mass casualty events?
I was involved. I had oversight. Our director of incident management worked with his team to really get that work done, but I was heavily involved, yes.
And I take it now you've had a chance to see it in action because you have had some alerts go out.
Yeah, exactly.
And so how do you find the new versus the old procedure to issue an alert?
I think the new system is better, for sure. Direct access is obviously our preferred model, but with regard to the system we put in place, it's good. The key change with the new system, non-direct access versus the old, is really the development of a request form. Basically, in our old SOPs, you would request the alert, and we purposely didn't have a form because we wanted to keep it kind of nimble, for lack of a better term. But what we found working with police, because police operations they're so much faster than what EMO is generally doing, that they're very dynamic. So we would be engaged by police, and we were having challenges getting information in a format that we could put into the IT platform, because the IT platform utilized for Alert Ready is very specific. If it's not properly configured, or you've got a typo or a comma in the wrong place, it'll hang up and it won't go out. So we were challenged by that. So what the form allowed us to do is to provide that to these police agencies and train them on it, so that they could configure their requests in that form, so that we could get it and just literally cut and paste it right into the system and then issue it, which complemented what we were doing by partnering with Shubi Radio to leverage their 24/7 capacity. Because Shubi Radio, obviously, they're not police, they're not trained in that world. So they're good to take that request form and cut and paste it in. They talk to us, and then once we give the okay, they'll send it. And we also built some security protocols in there as well, because we needed to make sure that these forms were coming from an authorized entity. So we had to assign PIN numbers and what have you to the various agencies, so that we could verify that who we were talking to is a requester, because literally these alerts are going out in 5 minutes. So it has to be well situated so they could move quickly.
Is this an electronic form?
The form is electronic, yes.
And so there would be a space for the type of emergency?
Yeah, you'd pick from a drop-down box. What we currently use is, there's not a broadcast intrusive alert type that's really directly applicable to these types of utilizations. We've been using civil emergency, which is the closest, and that's what's being done nationally. So they would select that. There's title boxes. There's about 3 or 4 different boxes which have to be populated, and that would be done on this form and then submitted.
And so if there's an active shooter, what would that fall under in the drop-down menu?
We would utilize a civil emergency category for that.
Commissioners, those are my questions for now. I would ask that we be permitted to caucus with our colleagues over lunch, perhaps take a little longer than usual. There may be other documents that people may request that are filed, so we just want to have a chance to make sure everyone is heard on that.
Thank you. We will do that. Excuse me just one second.
Ms. Young, I believe the RCMP MOU that you were looking for is COM 0043570, and it's paragraph 46 of the FD.
Oh, so it is already an exhibit then?
If that's the right one.
Yes.
April 2021.
Yes, that's the right one. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mason, for assisting us today. Your work is not through yet. The process we have developed is that once you give your testimony proper, Commission Counsel will meet with Counsel for the various participants and discuss if more questions should be asked of you and who would ask them. So that's the process we're going to follow over the lunch hour. We'll break till 1:15. So just to remind you, you're still under oath. We'll call you back, and chances you'll be asked some more questions. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1:15.
Better reaffirm. You understand how that works, don't you? You were a former judge. Can't come back from lunch. Yeah, you're getting a message over there, MCC. I know you guys are watching. Better do it. Otherwise, it doesn't really hold up as much. Cock us. Cock us. Let's see here. Now, winning their awards. Fucking. Well, we used the alert. It was actually sometime in July. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. When was that again? They better refresh their memory again.
On April 24th, I made the decision to activate Alert Ready in a separate incident. On April 24th, I made the decision to activate Alert Ready. On April 24th, I made the decision to activate Alert Ready in a
Best talk to Crops, Mr. Leather.
separate incident where credible information was received of shots fired involving an automatic gun moving towards a densely populated area
Phil!
within the Halifax region. As a result of activating the alert for a dynamic police incident, we learned of the unintended consequences. Following the alert, there were a large number of people who called 911 to ask non-emergency related questions, such as, should I pick up my children? Where should I hide? What do I do?
Seem like kind of reasonable questions, except if you're involving airsoft guns and construction sounds. Fail. That was a really bad really bad. You know, like that one up in Centennial Park, the other one that you've been planting. Screw off.
In addition, the alert was activated well beyond the affected geographic area. And what I mean by that is people who lived in Prince Edward Island and Yarmouth received the alert.
Didn't they take over? I believe I remember, if I'm remembering correctly, didn't they take over alerts too elsewhere down there? I was trying to remember. Pretty sure. You guys remember? Help me out. These people who could handle it so well, they give themselves an award, you know, the day before it happens. Working real well over there. Meetings go longer. Clock's ticking. Yeah. You guys remember who it was? You didn't get the alert for the Canadian Tire story or the construction one down the street? That's too bad. Did you get the COVID one? Working real well. They're going to take over. They did take over services elsewhere. I do remember for sure they did. I saw there was an article. Let's see here. So CBC's got a new balls article out. They're just using all this, though, as excuses. Sorry, we just fouled up. Fuck off. Police in Nova Scotia were offered control over public alerts years before mass shooting. You want to give them control because they do so well. That's why they give themselves awards and have more meetings and then call themselves diapers or whatever acronym they're using today. But yeah, I'm part of POO, P-O-O, or the shit. Nova Scotia's Emergency Management Office urges all police forces to handle their own alerts. Oh, yes. COVID-19 alert. Thank you for that. Very concerned. New documents released by public inquiry, the ones that they decided maybe they might release today. Oh, God, to who? These ones are the fucking media, I bet you. That's who. The ones that had signed the agreements, the one who's getting paid by the same clowns. The MCC. Get out of here. Released by the public inquiry into Nova Scotia's mass shootings. You can't see it. I want fucking relativity. I want it. They got it. We all get it. We paid for it. Show RCMP had turned down the ability to directly issue emergency alerts multiple times in the years before the tragedy. The documents also show that an active shooter situation did not meet the criteria of sending an emergency alert 2 years ago. Oh, but COVID did. COVID did. And construction sound did. Millennial Park also did. There was nothing happening. Oh, that's right. Who was in court that day? I think that one was Lisa. Better blast out an alert. Mislead those people, get them going off into a different direction. She's in court. They just drop this shit all the time. Cover stories. Please get some sleep, oh dear. They're always, thank you so much for everything. They're always running cover stories. This is all I've got fucking receipts out the wazoo. It's all gonna come out. The documents also show active shooter situation did not meet the criteria for sending an emergency alert after 2 years. But you guys give yourselves awards. Awards! Better have a meeting. Only the day before. I'm not shitting you. Look at it. What's the date? April 17th, 2020. They do such a fantastic job. Fuck out of here. At the time of the massacre, and oh dear was able to track that down. Leather said 10:15, I think. And he's up there, whatever, man. And they were shipping emails back and forth. These clowns can't find their ass in the dark. What a joke. Give me a minute. I need to wind down for a second. But more importantly, the reason that they want you to believe that they're completely inept and special is because then you'll stop looking. You won't find the horror underneath. You don't think they knew? Oh. They certainly did. Who's responsible at the end of the day? Oh, it was just a series of mistakes. Sorry, we just didn't use the alert. We just didn't dispatch enough cars. Can you send us more money? Can we have some meetings? we're going to do some recommendations. We're off on our caucus. At the time of the massacre, April 18th and 19th, they were busy giving awards. Oh, yes, and there was also the fucking show. When I saw that afterwards. My God. Dustin Rodney singing up there. Anybody got that? If you do, let me know. Singing songs. What a joke. All Nova Scotia police agencies had to send a request for an alert and accompanying text to Provincial Emergency Management Office. But the head of the EMO said the office didn't hear from the RCMP about the possibility of sending an alert until minutes before the gunman was killed. Miraculous coincidence. That request came after multiple attempts by EMO staff to reach the RCMP. I guess they were having a sleep. Maybe they were having a meeting. And offer the service. The Mass Casualty Commission, examining the mass shootings, which the gunman killed 23 people. One day they're going to get this. I guess they're really dense, like derp dense. Released new documents Tuesday. To whom? To that's right, to CBC, their PR wing. Or maybe Global, their PR wing. What a joke. Not to you. Instead, you get, what is it? This is the kind of shit they release to people. Delayed disclosure. Mr. Brewster's thing in the last dump of warrants, his interview, 100% redacted. Even his name. The only one. Interesting. Restorative justice for you. Right. Prohibited ammunition. Unauthorized. According to documents, the executive director of EMO told the commission investigators in February interview, while he's immensely sympathetic with police, he's confounded by the fact that his department wasn't asked for an alert. Quote, if someone had said to me that you would have an alert, have an event go on for 13 hours where someone was extremely dangerous person who has shown that they have no qualms about killing people at random, and they're going around to roam around the province, an alert nobody would think to request it of us. I wouldn't have believed it, said Paul Mason. We've been testing this thing for 10 years, all their meetings. And you never even thought to call us? Oh, I'm sure they did. That was just the missed emails, until the miraculous coincidence. Oh, yeah, you can use it now. Nova Scotia first introduced the Alert Ready system in 2011 when it could use broadcast participating radio stations. Ontario-based Pelmorex owns the software system and operates it on behalf of the federal government, the documents say. Well, there's a company that should go in the toilet too. Broadcast immediate alerts issued in, quote, emergency situations where life and safety are under immediate threat. Let's see. I wonder if that fit the criteria. Construction sounds versus 13 hours. Immediate threat, or whatever they're trying to tell us today. And time is critical according to documents, are now distributed via television, radio, weather network app. Who cares? LTE devices such as smartphones. God, we're all going to throw them in the garbage. Pillar Act has a government council. Oh, good. More meetings. On public alerting, that includes representatives from emergency management offices, cable, satellite companies, radio and TV stations, like the Weather Network. Bachelorette's probably in there too. I think we can do it. Discussions with the RCMP about having direct access to issue alerts without going through the EMO date back roughly to 2011. Mason said the option was offered because EMO officials don't have situational awareness on what police are doing, and the office isn't staffed 24/7. Well, that seems like a worthy place to stick money, doesn't it? Probably, even if they're doing, Minesweeper or whatever the fuck in the office, it's more productive. Even though EMO has on-call teams that can spring into action when alert request, well, why don't you just staff it? Let's stop paying for turtles in Tanzania. Which I'm not joking, by the way. That one bugs me. Sets a target of sending an alert within 15 minutes. So Mason said, quote, it takes time. At least one RCMP officer thought the system might be useful to police. Former Justice Minister Mark Fury wrote in a briefing note, issue 2012, when he was an RCMP staff sergeant. And well, look where he is now. Now, Heidi was asking about this stuff. Kind of sad. Fury supported an alert system in 2012. Fury wrote RCMP Criminal Operations Support Officer. Props. Other stuff. That such an alert system, quote, would be considered an asset to frontline police services in response to emergency situations, Nova Scotia. Nothing came of Fury's note. What about the people? What about people? I see that the police are here. It's helpful to police. What about the people? Oh, they're left out of it. It's almost like listening to Ivan. I can fix RCMP officers. Mason offered the RCMP and regional police forces in Halifax, Cape Breton, direct use of the alert system during meetings in 2016 and 17, but they declined. Generally, what we heard back was, quote, if you need a system for an Amber Alert or any other kind of alert, we'll contact you, Mason said. June 2016 email, Superintendent Sean Auld of the Halifax Regional Police told Mason the force was declining direct access to the alert system due to concerns around, quote, training, recertification, staffing, capacity, etc. Let's have another meeting about that. Auld said a quick scan of other provinces, I'm sure they had a committee, supported that position, noting alerts were mostly sent out at a time by provincial agencies, with the exception being the Edmonton Police. Who was that underneath again? Oh, that's right. Former RCMP. Anyway, 2015, the Alert Ready Governing Council created a list of 32 qualifying events. Broadcast immediate alert, like COVID, including wildfires, flash flood, child abduction, like an Amber Alert, or civil emergency. Still waiting for those hearses traveling up and down the road. Oh, I missed those. The policy defines civil emergency as human activities resulting in disrupted services or, quote, or requiring varying levels of support, law enforcement, or attention. gobbledygook. Alert categories did not include active shooters. Huh? The EMO Alert Ready policy, November 2017, said the system should only be used when there is unexpected or rapidly building event that is dangerous that threatens the line of safety of the public. It should also be used when there is no other way to rapidly alert the public of impending danger due to the type or size of the event. Let's see. Where we got? My apologies. Just looking for something here. Right. What was it? Was this one, I think.
We had relied on
When the op is going on, just not use that.
we had relied on Twitter, as my colleague said, because of its the instantaneous manner that we can communicate. We're aware that we have thousands of followers in Nova Scotia, and felt that it was a superior way to communicate this ongoing threat.
Right. Till a miraculous coincidence at the big stop. Then you can use it. I love reading these RCMP interviews where, like, I read one the other day and the officer was just commenting about something and he said, I don't even have Twitter. My family doesn't even have Twitter. Nobody has Twitter. You know, it's not like you can't, sorry, I shouldn't say nobody. Lots of people have Twitter, but lots of people don't give a good goddamn about Twitter because they're reasonable people. It's not like our life revolves around Twitter or the Yahoos who are into TikToks and all this shit. We actually just live a life. You know, so you could probably just use an alert. You seem to figure that one out. What was that? 5 days later for an airsoft gun. That was on the list? Airsofts must have been on the list. You getting it? It was totally fake. EMO Alert Ready policy, November 2017, said the system should, quote, only be used when there is unexpected or rapidly building event. Can we get rid of the gobbledygook that is dangerous and threatens the life and safety of the public? Or perhaps, you know, they can just tell their friends. It should also be used when there is no other way to rapidly alert the public of the impending danger due to the type and size of the event. What was that again?
We had relied on Twitter, as my colleague said, because of its the instantaneous manner that we can communicate. We're aware that we have thousands of followers in Nova Scotia, and felt that it was a superior way to communicate this ongoing threat.
I did the interview with Sharon. I remember that was like one of the first questions I asked was, do you have Twitter? Well, it was in there for sure. Do you have Twitter? Do you have Twitter? No, don't have Twitter. Do it now. That's because lots of people don't. And frankly, when I got everything muted on my phones. Fuck off. I don't want the beeping and the buzzing and the farting and the whatever else it does. I'd like to just kind of live my life. So if it had buzzed and farted and done whatever it had done, probably on the tweeters, I wouldn't have given a flying fuck anyway. As of May 2018, alerts could be sent to cell phones in the province using the 4G network. Very feeling so technologically superior. Operating off Nova Scotia towers and could be limited to specific geographical areas. Rodney Legg, manager, I think I've got the pronunciation right. Is it now Legg? I got this one wrong all the time. This one too. Manager of information systems gave a presentation about how the system the following May during Nova Scotia EMO meeting. Well, that's helpful. Another meeting, and after the fact, he told the meeting the alerts were used for flooding, Amber Alerts, or anything that's imminently life-threatening. Well, that's right. According to the MCC, lives were just taken. Wasn't life-threatening, right? But in the February interview with the commission investigators, Mason said, quote, civil emergencies is not for active shooters. Dear. Wonder, obviously nobody would ever wish these kinds of things, but in a hypothetical vacuum world, let's just say Mr. Mason's family was involved in an active shooter situation. There was an active shooter in the situation in the area. Do you think he might consider it, what? A civil emergency? Do you think he might want his family to know? Let's pretend also he has no relationship with the RCMP. No friends in the government. His family just kind of out there doing their thing. Gardening, doing whatever the fuck it is. Do you think he would consider it a civil emergency then? He said that when 32 qualifying events were decided active shooter events didn't fit. Quote, those were tactical, limited, local events. Oh, here we go with the gobbledygook. Tactical, limited, local event. Fluid and dynamic. Instead, Mason said civil emergencies would include things like COVID-19. How many people were keeling over at that point in time? Like imminently. Or the, quote, Washington riots or civil unrest. Oh, I'm not even going to go there. EMO would have said yes. Like I said in the questions. What was it? He said riots. I said, was that a police-induced one? Police-induced riot. Like Washington, FBI. Oh, I can't answer that. Was he involved with the FBI? I can't answer that. Mason said police actions around the shootings would now fall under civil. Now they're going to be, okay. After a meeting, have another meeting with the Weather Network. But he said, quote, that certainly wasn't the position, and quote, at the time of the killings in April 2020. Whose bright idea was that? Who was just dumbstruck with intelligence over there? I'd like to know. Maybe I can give them an award. However, in light of what was happening in mass shooting and how it was, quote, not confined to local area like an individual in a building, we would have said yes, Mason said. Well, frankly, what about the people in the local area? Does it matter to them? Should they get an alert? Nationally, Mason said they have 32 codes for the alert system. Should be updated. Still should be updated. Let's have some more meetings. Let's have some more caucuses. We can figure this one out. Let's hire some more of our friends. Mason said he was shocked to learn the RCMP did not have standard operating procedure. That's, I don't believe, true. In fact, there may be somebody watching. Maybe, or maybe I'll have to make a phone call about that one. Standard operating procedure of the alert ready system, including step-by-step instructions. I think there's binders, actually, I was told, on when and how to use it at the time of the Nova Scotia shootings. I know that to be false. Instead of requesting an alert, the RCMP tweeted late on April 18th about firearms complaint. You know, the one that was, let's see, do I still have that? The kitty cat? Where is that? That was over an hour later on the, what was it that you said, Leather?
We had relied on Twitter, as my colleague said, because of its the instantaneous manner that we can communicate. We're aware that we have thousands of followers in Nova Scotia, and felt that it was a superior way to communicate this ongoing threat.
I don't know if I still have that one too. Where is it? One moment. Used a Facebook? He didn't even know. He didn't even know. Oh God, it was just terrible. He was sitting there and he's like, and we used the Facebook and who's that? Not Clark. I forget her name. And she's like, no, we didn't. No, we didn't use the Facebook. And he's like, oh, yeah. And he started to laugh about it. I'm like, what the fuck, man? You don't even know what you're doing. But please don't let them off the hook because of this nonsense. That's what they want you to do. That's what it's all about. Instead of requesting an alert, RCMP tweeted, oh yeah, I was looking for the kitty cat. Sorry, my apologies too. Where was that? Find the Facebook. I know I have it in here. Oh, here he is talking about Amber Alert. Oh God. Shut it down. What is this one? Oh, here's another good one. I think.
We'll take a question from
Let's see what this one was.
Raisa Titanish from Tanamugush Light. We'll take a question from Raisa Titanish from Tanamugush Light.
The question I was wondering about in regards to the emergency response check as well. So I need to continue.
Robert Gillis from Associated Press.
Oh, just blow by, just blow by it. She was talking about the emergency alert. Of course, they can't use the, they don't have any technology. They're only spying on every single person's phone. They know everything that you do. Like everything. Where you go, who you're around, everything about everybody. Don't fool yourself. All your private messages, it's all getting watched. But of course, they can't even have a telephone conference. Huh? That would be because they want to have that perception in people's eyes. Sad. I don't know, I want to look dumb. Where was it? The kitty cat tweeters. Bothers me that tweet always has bothered me. Come on. Oh, bollocks. Where is it? Oh, I'll find it some other time. They kept that fucking cat up there and then told people it was a firearms complaint an hour and a half later. Kitty rolling around. I used to have it in my intro one Steve made. All right. Mason said he was shocked to learn the RCMP don't have it. That's not true. Instead of requesting alert, RCMP tweeted. Well, cat. They turned to Twitter again the next day around 8 to report that there was an active shooter incident. Again, please help me figure out how they figured that out. That's a big one. It's a big one. You figure that question out? I'll buy you a beer. The RCMP did not release the fact that the gunman, Gabriel Wortman, was driving the mock cruise till 10:17, but they knew about it 12 hours prior. It says so in their own documents. It says so in their logs. Bullshit. Don't ever believe that bunk they're feeding people. An image of the vehicle was posted to the tweeters because it's superior. Nova Scotians immediately began to ask questions why the Mounties chose to release information on Twitter rather than using the alert system, which would have sent information to people's cell phones. Maybe the miraculous coincidence. Many have pointed out the internet service is spotty in central and northern Nova Scotia, and tweeters is not in use. Twitter use is not widespread. Family members of some of the 9 people killed. Bing. I think I said that one of the first videos. These people, they're 100% on the liability. 100%. No ifs, ands, buts about it. I would argue legally they have a lot more culpability than that. But these people, yeah. On April 19th, 2020, and have their loved ones could have been saved had they known that there was an active shooter driving a cruiser on the loose. Shortly after the shootings, Chris Leather, Chief Superintendent of Nova Scotia, said EMO contacted the force at 10:15. What did they say? And what did he say? The email track actually shows it. There are emails. Receipts. Oh, terrible. This is the tech. It can be a double-edged sword. I hate the tech, but it can come in handy. Receipts. Keep them always. To offer, quote, to offer use of public emergency alert system, end quote, he said the RCMP was preparing an alert. when Mounties shot. Miraculous coincidence at the gas station with the half tank of gas, 4 gas stations. Get out of here! Waiting on the side of the road. However, Mason told the commission that EMO was not working on the message to RCMP. Quote, we couldn't get a hold of anyone. They were busy in a meeting. EMO first aware of the shootings April 19th. Mason said the first time he heard about anything happening in Portapique was around 8:20 Atlantic time, April 19th, when EMO's incident manager director told him RCMP would be responding to a shooting there and multiple buildings were on fire. Of course, they didn't send anything even on the tweeters, and I'm sure that they're all subscribed, right? Until, what was it, 8:05. What was the first tweeters? He prepared staff to be ready if an alert request came from the Mounties. Mason said, the only request that came into the province was for a helicopter assistance and for the discomfort center so that Brown and Melanson could go and shoot it up at 120 some odd meters where you can't see shit. Around 10:30, Mason said, Atlantic time, I guess they got to add this stuff now. They have to add that because the clocks in Nova Scotia, well, they have a real fuckaroonie problem. Or do they? This is new. This edition of shit is new. That's because the nonsense they try and pipe down. Well, that one's on a different time zone. This one's on Bangladesh time. Mason said he saw a photo of the gunman's cruiser for the first time and asked one of his staff to contact the RCMP around 10:30. Not 10:15. Like he said, what was it, 10:24, 10:27? The staff member had already tried to speak with the Mounties and couldn't reach anyone, said Mason. Eventually, a staff member called the officer who he knew. Oh, the family? The family. You know?
Lloyd Johnson isn't on Twitter, but his daughter, who lives in Cape Breton, is. When she next door at Keith's Gas Bar, manager Kristen Sillaboy believes it was the killer in the video. She received a text message from a friend Sunday, whose brother is an RCMP officer, saying believes it was the killer in the video. She received a text message from a friend Sunday, whose brother is an RCMP officer.
That was a dumb thing to say in that interview. And got through that way. 11:20 a.m. Atlantic time. Yes, we've got to add this now because, well, we're not on Bangladesh time, right? People probably, are you guys on Bangladesh time down there? RCMP called EMO to request use of the emergency system. Mason said they did not suggest any message shortly after the gunman was killed in a miraculous coincidence. Right. Halifax Regional Police, who just happened to be sitting at the big stop the whole time, and RCMP have since been trained on the alert ready system. See, would you have, if you were to take these people out, I don't know, and ask them to watch your children or something like that, would you do that? I wouldn't even ask them to pick up dog poo. Again, this is the way they want to come across, like totally like, so that you just don't dig into what's really going on underneath. They love to have the appearance of being fools. Don't get fooled. Mason and Legg said that they would like to see that capability expanded to other municipal forces. Police forces urged to take access, use other agencies. Although the other forces don't want direct access, they also don't want HRP or RCMP to issue alerts for them, something Mason said he doesn't understand. When police reach out to EMO during off hours, there's a duty officer on call and not a 24/7 communication center like the RCMP have. And why not, might I ask? Let a couple of guys play Minesweeper and play on Facebook. Who cares? Let them be there when the shit hits the fan. Stop sending money for turtles in Tanzania. I think that's a risk, but I can't tell them how to use it. Mason said the police should handle the police. Oh, we see how well that works in the shit, don't we? EMO has been urging, oh yeah, Felix took a holiday. Where's he going to end up now? This is going to follow you, sir. EMO has been urging Nova Scotia police forces to follow the lead of New Brunswick, where the RCMP issues all the alerts for police. Was this the one that they got a hold of? Here we go. See? Maybe Elizabeth, who wrote this article, is watching. Well, she's watching. An alert was sent out for a perceived active shooter situation, Tantallon, Halifax suburb. It was the first time the province's system had been used for that type of emergency. So it wasn't July. Quit shitting, people. In a briefing note, a couple of days after the alert, the RCMP said 911 and police dispatch had been overwhelmed by 185 calls, 131 processed. Okay, that was what O'Dear was referring to because she was reading this article. Even with the extra call taker. Blaming you. People phoned and asked, what should I do? What about my kids? Reasonable questions. But funnily enough, you could just tell them that. Like, stay inside. That's a good one. They noted many callers were citizens wondering what actions they should take, looking for more information. This is why we don't use it. But they said, besides the Tantallon situation, which happened during the time of the, quote, heightened alert, the number of public calls after the 12 related public police-related alerts since the mass shooting have not been significantly overwhelming. So were you telling the truth, shaky pants? The situation wasn't even truthful. Even with the Tantallon response, the dispatch system has built-in overflows where the calls could be directed to another detachment or center where the call takers aren't as busy. We've never maxed out our system, said Legg. Oh, that doesn't sound like what the airsoft gun story was all about. Oops. No, it doesn't. They go on huge breaks. We'll be back in 15 minutes. No, they don't. Diaper changes take a long time. Rewriting takes a long time. Housekeeping takes a long time. got a couple other things I think sent to me. RCMP bans reporter for disrespectful tone. Oh! Kind of, sad. Oh, this is coming from Canada land. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. See, this is what they want you to believe. Do you think that they're really that dumb? Do you think that they're that dumb? Because if you do, I got a bridge to sell you. They certainly aren't. Smart as a whip. Know everything. Did reporter call him? I don't think that's a word I'm supposed to use. Let's see here. RCMP bans reporter due to his disrespectful tone. No, I employ you, so fuck off. You'll go as long as I want. Remember when I played Sheriff, what is his name? Down in Texas or Florida. Brady. Oh, he takes every single question. He does press conferences constantly. And he's busting people in his own force. Very different way to operate things. When police reporter John McFadden showed up to an RCMP press conference, he was told he was barred from the event because of unspecified, quote, unprofessional and disrespectful conduct. That conduct? Reporting on the RCMP. Update. An RCMP spokesman tells Canada Land they met with Northern News Services on the afternoon of April 24th and that all issues have been discussed and resolved. The RCMP, this is back from April 2015, by the way. The RCMP bans, quote, adds, quote, there will be no further discussion on or information on the matter. Who decides that? I do. You do. Because I pay for it. That's why. We look forward to continued relationship with Northern News Services Limited. That kind of like we walked shoulder to shoulder with the Onslow Fire Department, and that was the extent of your apology. That was the extent of your forthcoming admittance of wrongdoing. Grady is great. Yeah. No, that's fine. I just don't want to repeat that word. Get some people hyped up. I used to say it. I mean, it's, yeah, anyway. Last Friday, don't worry about it, Robert. No worries. RCMP announced big bust. Okay, so, you know, like, totally ridiculous. Before closing the door. They did it. They did it on Frank early on. They shut him down, and I contacted Andrew, but he didn't want to have anything to do with me. That was interesting. I see now, though, that he follows. Very interesting. I don't think he still read the message I sent him about I'm friends with a family member who would like some help. Don't believe he read that ever still. Very interesting about that. Okay. Let's see how they respond to Frank.
In follow to that, is it possible to picture a better use of the emergency system than what was going on yesterday?
We'll take the questions from the teleconference first, and then we'll.
And as I recall, they didn't. I think they did ban him. I don't want to be talking out of turn and incorrect, but I think they did ban him temporarily. Why? Because he asked a question. The pretty bow. Wrapped up with a pretty bow. You know, the 500,000 pages. The sham that they're putting on now. It's got to be upwards of 100 million. Honestly. Between the psyops that they're running, the fucking covert garbage. I see it. The operatives working over in Facebook, tweeters, discords, YouTubes, sitting around, getting plunky and rich, covering up evil. Gonna have to answer for that one too. Not like you walk away from it. Let's see what else we got here. I know there's people just sitting there and he. Oh, I'm going to get away with. Oh, no, you're not. Found not guilty of obstruction. Yellowknife journalist found not guilty of obstruction. 2016. John McFadden was arrested in 2015, same reporter, while taking photographs of RCMP officers searching a parked van. Again, who do they work for? Other public employees. The Yellowknife crime reporter charged with obstruction of justice wept in a courtroom after he was found not guilty this afternoon. John McFadden, a journalist with Northern News Services, was arrested in 2015 while taking photographs of RCMP officers searching a parked van outside of the Elks Club. Downtown Yellowknife. Obstruction, quote, obstruction means getting in the way of an officer doing his job, and I felt strongly I did not do that, McFadden said outside the courtroom. Quote, I do believe in freedom of the press, but at the same time, any citizen should be able to do what I did that night. Of course you should. Just like you're allowed to ask for their badge number every time, and they have to give it. I've seen clowns running around these days now who don't do it. Meanwhile, they can't even follow their dress code. They look like sloven bums. Dress code that's gone in the toilet. Who heads that up? Oh, yeah, Darren's. He followed Darren's footsteps. Corps Sergeant Major. Also in charge of PTSD. Good job for the service. McFadden said there would be a discussion with his senior editors whether he returns to the crime beat, but that he would be pushing for that. Good for him. Good for him. He got some balls. Not going to scare me. What are you going to do? But, like, why are they charging a man for taking a picture? Are you out of your mind? I got an awful lot of support from people in Yellowknife, and that means a lot to me. I'm humbled by that, he added. Let's see what he has to say.
My t-shirt that I had nothing to do with, I might add, but, you know, I got an awful lot of moral support from people in Yellowknife, and that meant a lot to me, and I'm humbled by that.
So I saw at the end you looked pretty emotional, some tears coming down. What does it mean to see this all kind of come to an end after all these months?
I think it, more than anything else, it means that I can conceivably return to my job as the crime reporter for the Yellowknife newspaper, a job that I was extremely proud to do and thought I did well. And there's no reason that I can't return to that position now and continue to do what I thought was good work 15 months ago, and I can go right back to doing that again. I don't have an axe to grind with the RCMP. I never did in the first place. I write stories about them, good and bad. I wrote a story where two women's advocates were upset because a man who had been accused of a sexual offense was allowed to roam our streets for a couple of weeks before he was arrested, and they were upset that the public weren't warned about this gentleman roaming our streets. I didn't say I was upset. These two women said they were upset. Within weeks, the RCMP had a news conference changing their policies whereby this wouldn't happen again. People made the argument that I helped to make the streets safer for women in Yellowknife. Whether I did or I didn't is not the point. Instead of saying to me, "You're John McFadden, aren't you?" and some of them not, being barred from their news conference and a general sort of rift developing between me and the RCMP, frankly, they probably should have thanked me because I wrote a story that prompted them to change their policies to cover a gap that was there. They know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. So where this animosity came from, I'm not really sure. We all get.
Well, apparently, it looks, if I'm reading that correctly, I'm not sure if I've got the story quite down pat, but it looks like he was banned from a press conference previously. So they already had it in for him, and then they just turned around and arrested him later because he was taking pictures. Get out of here. In public, of public employees, ones that he paid for. No, we're done here. We don't have any questions. Does it sound familiar? Oh, that's right, MCC. That's right, because they wear the red serge. I forgot. The MCC does. We'll decide. Competing stories. His trial began in June, wrapped up in September. It revolved around competing descriptions of McFadden's behavior ahead and during the altercation. RCMP officers, was he assaulted? RCMP officers testified that McFadden, who exited Black Knight Pub across from the street and began taking photographs of them, was intoxicated and trying to rile up a nearby crowd. McFadden denied the accusations, and during the testimony, he'd said he simply was doing his job. I said I felt I had the right to stand on a public sidewalk and take photographs. When did that become a crime? It's not. It's actually enshrined, but thank you. McFadden testified. The two sides also differed on whether McFadden had stuck his camera through the van's open side door while police search was ongoing. Now, that would be obstruction. Potentially. A series of photographs McFadden took that night formed the centerpiece of evidence. It's kind of like those receipts. Evidence. Used by both the prosecution and the defense. Judge Garth Malico ruled there was no evidence McFadden had gotten in the way of police. What was that again? Oh, so why did they say it then? I guess they just didn't like him. This is what they do. I should play that when they go after their own members. Oh boy, that's good. Ooh. No evidence that he had been intoxicated. No evidence. So they're making shit up and inciting a nearby crowd and putting officers in danger. Malico also had stern words for the three RCMP officers who testified against McFadden. He said one of the officers was, quote, evasive, if not obstinate. That's nice speak. While answering a question, and said all three officers showed a quote, certain willingness to exaggerate. Oh, that's niceties again. You know what he's saying, don't you? During their testimony, making it hard for him to completely trust them as witnesses. Why are they police officers again? I hope there was a conduct on this one. You're going to lie in court. Gone. Public attention. From the beginning, the trial has attracted significant public attention. Just like if you fucking lied in the MCC and I was in there, that's it, man. You're scrolling toilets. No badge for you, no pension, no nothing. So I'm just a peon. Pretty sure my grandfather would have done that. Boom. He didn't put up with shit from anybody, least of all me. From the beginning, the trial has attracted significant public attention with the quote free McFadden t-shirts being made available. I want one of these now. I want one. And national media organizations such as Canada Land and Vice reporting on the events. Anyway, the trial has also been dogged by questions of pre-existing antagonism between McFadden and the Yellowknife law enforcement. In 2015, McFadden was banned during the RCMP press conference. McFadden says that he was roughed up by a sheriff in Yellowknife courthouse 3 years ago. He has applied to have video of that allegedly shows the altercation released. Oh, good. So he's getting beaten up now, and he can't even get it. I guess that's probably on the A-tip shit. You know, we'll get there someday. Sorry, we fired half of the people so that you couldn't. Yes. This is completely, you're off your kilter. It didn't cross their minds. Again, don't use that little dopey Canadaland picture there as fog. This is fog. They want you to think they're dumb. They're not dumb. They knew exactly what was going down. They're fucking you all and me, and I don't like it. Don't! It didn't cross their minds, emergency director says RCMP didn't consider alert. Who was allowed in at this point? Certain individuals? Certain individuals allowed to stay. Strange. That might come out. Receipts. Halifax, the head of Nova Scotia's emergency management office, says he found it surprising the RCMP waited so long to issue province-wide alert. I guess there's a problem with the space bar. Alert about the gunman who killed 23 people during the 13-hour rampage, April 20th, 2020. This is all calling for conclusion. This whole thing calls for conclusion. They haven't even finished it. They're still writing. They're still investigating 2 years later. Yet they've got it all wrapped up with a pretty bow. I heard somebody say that once before. I know the ending. Really? It's interesting. The inquiry investigating the tragedy released documents Tuesday. Oh, yeah, just to the media only, who have been signed agreements right from the start, just like they have access to videos. You don't. I don't. Just like the lawyers have access to relativity. Relativity. You want to spend your days thumbing through paper? I do. That's why my eyes are gone. Guess what? You have relativity. Bing, you get whatever you want. All of it. I want to know where so-and-so was this moment. all of the evidence, every reference to it. Makes it real easy. In fact, it kind of figures it out for you. Not for you, not for families. Tuesday, that include a recent interview, with EMO's executive director, Paul Mason, who confirmed for the first time that the Mounties hadn't considered using the Alert Ready system until his organization suggested it. At the end of the day, it didn't cross their minds, Mason told the inquiry investigators February 15th. Why wasn't he up there pleading for more employees? Please, can we staff our place 24 hours a day? I'd like that. I find it surprising you could have an event go on. It's more bloat. Doesn't that make everybody happy? More jobs. From the 10:30 on Saturday night until 11:30 Sunday, and nobody thought about an alert until we were called by them. Well, they didn't even issue the kitty cat was still rolling around, I think, for another hour. The RCMP have confirmed the text for an alert, which would have been transmitted on most radios, TVs, cell phones, weather networks, once approved by EMO, was being drafted. When the shooter was killed by police at a gas station during a miraculous coincidence. North of Halifax at 11:26, April 19th, 2020. The force, go away. Don't want your stuff. In fact, I definitely don't want any more cell phones. Fuck off with that. The police force has faced intense scrutiny for the decision not to use the system until long after the killer's rampage started. Full culpability. Vengeance. At least for 9. Boom. The inquiry has heard the RCMP largely relied on Twitter because it's superior, to issue public warnings about what was happening. But some of the victims' relatives have complained. They're just whiny, those people, those relatives. They're just whiny. Wrong word to use. The warnings on social media were of little use to people in rural settings where Twitter isn't that popular. As well, previously released evidence has confirmed senior RCMP, including their own members, don't use it, right? Officers were worried that a broader public alert could have put officers in danger by causing, quote, a frantic panic. The Mounties have also suggested that 911 operators could have been overwhelmed by call seekers seeking information. Bullshit. Mason said his organization did not become aware of the severity of the situation until April 19th, 2020, April 10:17 a.m. 12 hours earlier, kitty cat's still rolling around. Lock your doors. When the RCMP posted a tweet showing photo of the killer's vehicle, which they knew about when? What was that? Oh, that's right. When Patton was phoning around at 10:13 p.m. on the orders of who? Real. And the unknown person who then becomes a female. Right. Even they differentiate between their footnotes and what actually is. The tweet was the first time the Mounties confirmed for the public, for their bosses, what they had been told by several witnesses the night before when the gunman disguised as a Mountie, wearing a real Mountie uniform, carrying a real police badge, driving almost assuredly a full real RCMP car, times 2, killed 13 people in Portapique, Nova Scotia, before escaping in a cruiser around 10:45. Bullshit. That's been disproven. Mason said the staff of the EMO tried calling the RCMP on the morning, April 19th. This is why they can't even get, you see, it's just the media is complicit. Torstar gets money. Torstar are my employees too. Morning of the April 19th, but could not get through. Quote, basically, we couldn't get a hold of anyone, he told inquiry investigators. It's not an inquiry. Quit lying to people, adding he was surprised the Mounties had not reached out to the EMO. Quote, we wouldn't have needed all that information. All we would have needed to know is they were considering issuing an alert. Would this qualify? Well, it wasn't on their list, apparently. Shootings don't count. COVID does. And in the light of what was going on, the fact that what was confined to a local area, we would have said yes. I just had visions of 33 million cell phones being spied on. The EMO office was already open to Sunday because staff were preparing a report for the office had used the Alert Ready system earlier in the month to issue warnings about the spread of the virus. Okay, now there were the alerts about, I think there was an alert also about the hospital being locked down. That was also in there too. The RCMP called back 11:20 a.m. to confirm that they wanted to use the system. And then the miraculous coincidence. It's almost like they knew 6 minutes prior. Funny that. What a miraculous coincidence. I was on the phone with my deputy minister telling her that we were going to issue an alert as soon as we had the authorization. And the message from the RCMP. That was around 11:25 or so. And then we got the notification shortly thereafter that the killer was in Goody. What a miraculous coincidence. Mason said the Mounties were well aware of the system's capabilities. 3 years earlier, RCMP rejected the EMO's offer to assume responsibility for issuing alerts on their own. The offer was made because public services have been round-the-clock staffing and, quote, are better positioned to respond quickly to unfolding events, according to the summary evidence released Tuesday. The document, known as the foundational document, refers to a meeting. Oh, let's have one of those. June 6, 2016. What's that? Included EMO, RCMP, Halifax Regional Police, Cape Breton Regional Police. June 27, 2016. Mason sent an email to RCMP and Halifax Regional Police suggesting that some alerts, quote, could have been handled more expeditiously via law enforcement directly, and the police could benefit, quote, from control of the message content and timelines, but the proposal went nowhere. Frankly, they shouldn't be in charge of shit. Literally. The offer was not accepted by anyone in police services. The document says there is no explanation of the RCMP in the document from the RCMP. Of course, we will not be talking about it at this time. No comment. Quote, I think our interest with the RCMP is the largest police force covering largest geography in the province and with 24/7 communication center. That gets awards. Mason said his interview with the commission, but they were not interested. The position changed after mass shooting in modern Canadian history. April 30th, 2021, RCMP Nova Scotia Commander, Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman signed an agreement authorizing the Mounties to issue their own alerts via Alert Ready system. Well, that's handy, Lee. Where are you these days? What's going on with you? Where are you at, Lee? How are you doing? And she likes cats. Now, I would like to find, are you guys familiar with where they took over? Because I'm sure that RCMP did take over alert system. In some other province, they made a big announcement about it too. It was after this, and I'm like, oh no. Police policing police. That makes sense. It's kind of like a double negative. Can't use it. I thought it was in Newfoundland or something. Maybe it was PEI. They've been rewarded the contract. Oh, back 503 back-end fetch failed. Okay. And that would be why? Interesting. Police and government working to improve Nova Scotia or Newfoundland's public alert system. Didn't seem to like it. Oh, there we go. Now it's opening. Okay, police, government working to improve. Remote access, training more people. Main focus of collaboration. May 2nd, 2020. Yeah, following last month, the police and government officials in Newfoundland and Labrador are working together, shoulder to shoulder, leathers type together. All around collaborative approach between the RNC and the RCMP and certainly government officials here has been immediate. To recognize understanding. No, I bet it was the contract. I know they were awarded a contract. This sounds like a good institution. I'm probably not going to find it. ShamWow monitor. More about the RCMP alert system in Nova Scotia in the Truro Chief. Okay, let's read that one. Thank you. Open link. Schaltwire. Trying to all pin it off as dumb. Just dumb, make a lot of mistakes. Nothing to see here. Truro Police Chief wouldn't explain away RCMP's missed warnings about mass killer. A day ago, so I guess that's May 9th. David McNeil didn't want to be alone in a room where he took a call from two highest-ranking Mounties in the province. Didn't want to be alone. He wants witnesses. It was a few weeks after Gabriel Wortman had killed 23 Nova Scotians, including a pregnant woman. Longtime chief of Truro Police. This is not getting you off the hook. Just say it how it is. longtime chief of Truro Police, knew they knew that he had a copy of a bulletin his department had sent out to police agencies across the province 9 years earlier. It warned that Wortman had, quote, at least one handgun, in quote, which he often carried in his car, presumably had multiple rifles at his residence. Portapic was mentally unstable and, quote, wanted to kill a cop. Well, Wilkie doesn't seem as a problem. Not sure if it really is him, but anyway. What was it, 18 visits? His friend. He refers to him as his friend. The RCMP had received the bulletin, but apparently hadn't acted on it. Maybe they needed a meeting. McNeil had received Freedom of Information requests from 2 news outlets wanting access to all the department knew about Wortman. Their lawyer had told them the bulletin would fall within those requests. And now the province's as the province reeled in terror and grief, the scale of the tragedy, horror, it's a horror. RCMP Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, shaky pants, and Halifax District Commander Janice Gray wanted to talk about the 2011 bulletin before it went out. Janice Gray now. John Robbins, Janice Gray. Is it that Janice Gray? Oh, it is. Aw. You know, this guy who wasn't doing anything, wasn't interfering with. Janice Gray. I can't find where she's gone off to. She kind of disappeared. Not sure. Maybe she's still in charge of Halifax. Don't know. I guess Shaky Pants and John Robbins' wife wanted to have a little meeting. So McNeil called Deputy Chief into the room and put the call on speakerphone. Oh, you know what that's about. I want witnesses. Yep. Jeez, I'm going to go back and find when we all talked about this first. Make a real interesting story. Being nudged by RCMP. The gist of the call was, you're aware of the bulletin? Recalled McNeil in an interview with representatives of the Mass Casualty Commission. Quote, yeah, this is going to be sought under a Freedom of Information request. Where's that? I need that ticker right now. This one. Diapers. Yeah, it is. And it's going to go out? You're going to actually send it out? You can't do that. We might get in shit. Yeah, it is. And it's potentially going to cause some problems. And I said, no, not for us. Diapers. So we both hung up the phone. Glad he had a witness. And both the deputy and I felt like we were being, what is it? Nudged. Oh no. That's code. Nudged. In a direction that I wasn't comfortable with. And to me, it was this bulletin needs to not surface. Oh, no. I feel archive coming on. Oh, no. It needs to, we need to explain this bulletin away, right? And I wasn't interested in doing that. He came out early. He was the one who spoke about it, was Mr. McNeil. Though I did have questions if he was related, but McNeil was already frustrated with the RCMP. Before the phone call, his department had only learned of the unfolding massacre during the early morning hours, April 19th, when they were contacted by Colchester East Hants Health Center. I know a bunch of you are bugging me about that one too. Reporting they had a gunshot victim from a shooting spree. Portapic wanted his officers to help lock down their facility. With limited information coming from the RCMP in the early morning hours, April 19th, was that the cat? He learned Wortman was killing people in Onslow, near the borders of his town, via a message from his 19-year-old daughter, who had seen a post on social media that morning. It's superior. And now he was developing the opinion the RCMP brass were so concerned with what? Right. War room. War room. I think people think I'm talking out my ass. Seriously. I know what's going down. That they did not act. Repeated warnings that Wortman was a danger to the public, armed with illegal guns, what McNeil called a, quote, flawed response, and quote, to the incident itself, a blame game. The relationship between the RCMP and municipal chiefs would continue to deteriorate as, according to McNeil, the RCMP brought in two high-ranking officers from Ottawa who were dubbed the issues management team. Oh no. Was John Robin one of the officers? I wonder. They became concerned with the 2011 bulletin and how town Amherst police officers found a copy of it in his records. I remember that. Brought the matter of the missed warnings to light. Good for you, sir. All respect. And it all became aware that it was a blame game. McNeil told the commission's investigators, who were investigating how hard again? Oh, they're still investigating. Oh, but that's right. They're not. Because last year they got promoted. Who was that I was ringing through the other day? Oh, he got promoted. Now he's a justice of the peace. What a miraculous coincidence. Based on his great investigation that they're still completing this year. Okay. Like what you do, like, did you do Truro investigate this? And I'm thinking, no, you're not going down this road with me. And then to Halifax Regional Police Chief Dan Kinsella. What did Halifax do? What did you guys do? And then to Amherst, how did you guys have this bulletin? And why is this still alive? Right. Became very clear that the three chiefs talked afterwards, and it became very clear that this is how do I take this bullseye and put it on all three municipal agencies. Nice. Good.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
It was actually worse than one bulletin. It would turn out the RCMP received at least 3 warnings that Wortman had illegal weapons, and cars that were going out the back door in Portapique and was mentally unstable and began making threats. Right. And Wilkie didn't know anything? No. Nobody knew anything. Or did they? Ask yourself, how many miraculous coincidences? Occam's razor. And despite warnings, both Halifax and Truro municipal agencies, they never sought a warrant to search his property. Meanwhile, RCMP officers apparently befriended Wortman. He called him his friend in his statement. Not just the one, there's also the one down in Halifax too, and made a habit of visiting him and chatting about his projects whenever he happened to be driving through the area because he was just doing his community policing, don't you know? Of course! Quote, I knew the value of having people in the community that you go to. And ironically, this is the irony. I was going to the guy, him, all guys, and asking him, is there anything that we should know about anyone that should be on our radar? Constable Greg Wiley said, did I call him Wilkie? I'm sorry. Omissions investigators. Interviewed him at his current posting in Toronto. Do you believe that? You want a bridge? Got one. I'll sell it to you. That's why they were sowing that stuff out there last week. Oh, this is about our community policing. We just we become friends with one person in the community, and then they kind of tell us about what's going on. Aha!
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Give me one moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. We understand that there was a good meeting over the lunch break, and arrangements have been made to have some further questions posed to the witness, which we are happy to see happen. So we'll call on Ms. Young to the stage. Good afternoon. We understand that there was a good meeting and a path forward for this witness, and whenever you're ready, Ms. Young.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. My colleague and I did a caucus with Participants Council, and I had a number of suggestions about further questions for Mr. Mason, which I'm happy to pose. That may cover all the ground, or it could be that there could be some follow-up questions arising out of that, in which case Ms. McCulloch may stand up for a few more questions.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to correct one thing that someone kindly brought to my attention, which was a typographical error on one of the slides this morning, where PSAP, Public Service Answering Point, was described as Public Service Access Point. And so no one has any objection if we simply correct that, even though it's been exhibited, just so that the error isn't perpetuated on the website.
Thank you.
And Madam Registrar's advised me there's an updated exhibit copy ready to be filed for the Firearms Foundational Document, which is version 3.5. That's COM number COMM 56438. If that could be made an exhibit, please.
Exhibit 1343.
Thank you. If we could have Mr. Mason back now, please.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Mason. The Commission Council have met with Council for the participants and have worked out a number of follow-up questions for you that Commission Counsel Ms. Young will pose to you. It's also possible, depending upon how that goes, that there may be some follow-up questions from Council for the participants. If that happens, we'll provide you with more details. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Young.
Mr. Mason, I believe before lunch you mentioned a list of alerts that exists, which were alerts sent between December 2015 and April 2020. I think that may be in a foundational document, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to put the COM number on the record. It's COMM 005-7408, and if that could be a freestanding exhibit, please, Madam Registrar.
1345.
Okay. I just want to take you back to the morning of April 19th, 2020. You indicated that, so that was a Sunday morning, obviously, and that normally there aren't people staffed at the PCC, but do you recall whether there were people there already for, I think in your statement you said because of COVID, there might have been some people there?
Yeah, we had, normally we wouldn't be open on the weekends unless there was an event or what have you. But because of COVID, we've been compiling situation reports for the province on a daily basis. So we'd reach out to our various partner provincial departments, municipalities, what have you, and compile their updates on COVID and related matters into a situation report. So because of that, we did have one person in the PCC coming in at 9 o'clock that morning. There was a second person there who was a temporary staff serving in an admin function there to assist him. So they were coming in at 9 o'clock that morning.
And I did file a list of the calls to EMO that day, but there's another more detailed list that I'd also like to file as an exhibit, please. That's COMM 0001009, and that includes other communications. And again, that may be in the foundational document.
And that's 1344.
Thank you. Now, we talked about the impact, possible impact of alerts on 911 call volumes. And before lunch, you mentioned that there was an RCMP study with KPMG going on and that you had cooperated in providing some data for that. And did you collect some data on 911 call volumes for that?
We
Or
did.
was it for the commission?
Around utilizations of the alerts and corresponding 911 call volumes.
Yes.
We did compile that information. We'd actually started compiling that information as part of the work under the Alert Ready Senior Officials Committee. That's the committee, of course, that we mentioned earlier. So we'd compiled that so that when we were getting requests for alerts for police-related matters, we would look at 911 call volume. So what we would do is whenever we had an alert that was requested and processed, we'd look at the number of 911 call volumes that were received in the 4-hour period after the alert was issued. And then we would compare that to the number of calls that were received in the corresponding 4-hour period the week before and the week previously, so we could identify any spikes and what have you. So for those approximately 12 alert utilizations, we'd compiled that, and then as part of the commission, we'd updated that report and submitted it to the commission.
And so, Commissioners, that's been produced by the province to the commission, but it doesn't yet have a COM number, so that will be exhibited at a later date. So you mentioned that there have been meetings with the RCMP about direct access for police and using alerts for things other than Amber Alerts. Was it specifically discussed in meetings you attended that Alert Ready could be used for active shooters?
It was. In the June 2016 meeting in my PowerPoint slide deck, it noted that as well, potential utilization.
Would that fall under a civil emergency, or would it need a new category?
It would have to be put under civil emergency. The definition for civil emergency is broad. You noted earlier around human activities impacting and requiring various levels of law enforcement. From an emergency management perspective, that was more around riots and civil disorder or COVID, that kind of thing. But it could be, an active shooter could be put under that. It's kind of the closest fit per se. There is a category called dangerous person, but that is non-intrusive. So it would not broadcast and make a noise on somebody's phone. So civil emergency would be the one.
I'd understood you to be saying in your statement that a civil emergency would not include active shooter, or that was discussed at some meetings. Were you there for conversations like that?
It was discussed. That wasn't part of the discussion with police. That was the discussion around the need to update the 32 alert categories. As we touched on earlier, that category list was really finalized in April of 2015. And kind of the utilization of the system is broadening. So that list needs to be broadened. And that's currently being looked at, in partnership with our provincial EMOs and the federal government via Public Safety Canada. So that's being looked at now. But that's the context of that discussion.
So if I understand you correctly, you talked about this, for example, the current form to fill out, there's a drop-down menu, but active shooter would not be one of the items, is that right?
That's right. It is known that in an active shooter scenario, we would utilize civil emergency.
So you said it is known, do you mean by the EMO?
By the EMO and in the discussions that we've had with our policing partners.
And was that since the events?
That's since the event, but once again, going back to that June 2016 presentation, that's stipulated in there.
And in terms of message content, I take it you can't just put whatever you want in a message. It has to be crafted in a certain way.
Yeah.
Is that right? Sort of clear and simple. And there are certain criteria for what needs to go in a message?
There are. The message has to be obviously as clear and provide as, concise direction as possible, but there's also technical limitations. You can't put more than 600 characters into the field. It won't take more than that. So when you're constructing that message, you need to obviously have it clear and concise, but also limit its size so that it will fit within the IT platform.
And can you put pictures in a message?
My understanding is if you link a picture, that will only show on the Weather Network app, but Rodney Legg would be able to describe that probably better than myself.
And so the EMO staff knows that.
Yeah.
But what about if police do not have direct access? Would they know what to put in the message?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, certainly there's two things. Before the event, in our SOPs that we developed in the fall of 2017, that's when we get the message from the police and it talks about us working with the police, that's to get the message to a point we get it loaded into the system. Since the event where we developed the form, basically they've been trained on that. There's a character count in the form so that they don't go over. So that's been refined, I would say.
So prior to the mass casualty, was EMO involved in any training or education with people who might be requesting alerts and providing content as to what the requirements were for the content?
The only training that we would have provided when we were requested was an Amber Alert training exercise that HPD conducted in September of 2016. So basically our kind of methodology, for lack of a better term, was to work with the police when that request came in.
And so where there's no direct access, or whether or not there is the responsibility of the requester or the person sending the alert, if it's direct access, to create that message.
In both cases it is. Okay. If you have direct access, you're obviously inputting it yourself right into the system. If you don't have direct access, you're populating the form with the message, sending it to us on the form, and then we would, or Shubi would, cut and paste it into the system.
And so if there had been a request from the RCMP on April 18th or 19th, 2020, if there had been a call to EMO, whose decision would it have been to issue the alert?
As per our standard operating procedures from 2017, the decision to issue the alert is with the Director of Incident Management. They have that authority. Now, when I was on site, our practice lots of times is he would certainly run it by me if time allowed, but in our standard operating procedures, they have the authority to issue it.
And is that Dominic Fewer?
No, that is Jason Mew.
Okay, and that's MEW, correct? And so would Mr. Mew be the one deciding, oh, this active shooter doesn't fit into a category, it's civil emergency, or who would be making that judgment call?
That would be made collectively between Jason and Rodney Legg. And obviously I was on site later in the morning. I would have been involved in that discussion. We were very familiar with that. That would not have been a barrier.
And were you all actually there? Who was in the PCC operationally by Sunday morning?
Michael Bennett was in as incident commander. There was as I noted earlier, a lady who was serving as a temp, and Aaron McCachran was called into our office in response to this event. So when we became aware that there was an incident in Portapic and we had staff come in, we had Aaron come on site.
So we did hear earlier this morning about how contact was initiated with the RCMP. But if they had called in to request an alert, who would have been there to receive that call?
What would have happened with the call would have been very similar to the comfort center or the request for the helicopters that day. It would have come in through our duty officer and been escalated up to our director of incident management.
In terms of what, not just people immediately involved like requesters, but the public in general, if people want to know what an alert is for and what it's not for and what falls into what category, what means by which do you educate the public, or is the public educated by Palmerex or other governing bodies?
Sure. Beyond, the types of meetings we discussed earlier, when the National Public Alerting System was kind of branded as Alert Ready, which was being discussed through 2017, and it was rolled out in early 2018. So there was a large national campaign around that. Several $1 million were allocated to it. There was a website, alertready.ca, which was developed, which has certainly all the high-level information anyone would need to know. It talks about the types of alerts. It talks about the role of the various entities, the provinces, the federal government, last-mile distributors. And so all that is there. Going along with that, there were television commercials, radio commercials, a lot of social media. And then when we were doing our test alerts, of course, we would be active. There would be, sort of information or media done via Palmerex, and we would be kind of echoing and amplifying that through our own social media efforts, on our EMO Twitter page and other initiatives that government would be doing. So there was a lot of information. The website was really the single point where anyone could go and pull up any information they needed.
And what's the website?
Alertready.ca.
Okay. So that's been up since when?
2018.
You mentioned the meetings, the PSAP meetings. What would you say is the main purpose of those ongoing meetings?
The primary purpose of the meetings is really with PSAPs, or public safety answer points, is around general 911. So it's everything from new initiatives that may be rolled out with regard to 911. It could be, any technical issues that we're experiencing, and also just new initiatives that the various parties are working on. So this focus is around 911.
So when you say new initiatives, is that more letting people know what's going on as opposed to formulating policy at those meetings?
It really depends. It's generally around, it's a combination. In some cases, it's just situational awareness. Hey, we're doing this, we're working on that. In other cases, it might be a project we're collaborating on. In the case of public alerting, it was to make them aware of it, because basically they would be getting calls when alerts are issued over these types of things, even for non-police events, for water contaminations or landslides, heavy rain events. Whenever the alert system is used, there could be an uptick in 911 calls. So they needed to have situational awareness on that.
And there's a document called Broadcast Immediate Alerting Statistics by Jurisdiction. Are you familiar with that document?
I'm not sure. I know on the Alert Ready website, it lists you can go by year, and it'll break down the alerts issued by province. I'm not sure if that's similar to that. So I can't speak specifically for the list, but I'm somewhat familiar with that data.
Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll just file it. It could be that someone else can speak to it, and I'll just ask you about a couple of things it says and see if you do know anything about it.
Sure.
So, Commissioners, that's COM number COMM 0057352. If that could be the next exhibit, please.
1346.
What I want to ask you about, as you mentioned, you see the statistics by jurisdiction on alerting, and that document indicates that there was no civil or police emergency alert issued in Canada before 2020. Does that sound right to you?
I think that's probably accurate. Basically, for police utilization under civil, to my knowledge, it had not been used for that. That's true.
And do you know when there was one issued in 2020, whether it was before or after the mass casualty?
The first one that I'm aware of, basically for police utilization, would have been in April, the event, I believe April 24th, where there were reports of a shooting. I'm not aware of it. I'd seen some reports in the media around a utilization in Alberta, locally issued by a municipality that predated that, but I'm not 100% on that.
And by April 24th, 2020, you're referring to Tantall in Nova Scotia, the alert being issued there?
I am.
So you told us that you had at one point been responsible for the 911 part of EMO. When you had that responsibility and now, are you aware, able to speak to reverse 911 mapping at all?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you explain what it means?
Sure. My experience with it is not so much with regard to the mapping, but when I first joined EMO in the capacity of Director of Provincial 911, there had been some work done on reverse 911, which conceptually, was explained to me as the ability to, in effect, call out to an area as opposed to having calls come in. Basically, it had been looked at just kind of, once again, very high level. It wasn't really something that was pursued. The reasons why, there were privacy considerations around, the information, around the addresses and who you're calling and what have you, and that piece. And there were also infrastructure questions. I mean, telephone networks are built to handle a certain volume of calls coming in. If you all of a sudden try to push 1 million calls out, basically, would it be even able to handle it? But the main reason is public alerting was coming on side by that point. We'd already started to deploy some of these index boxes to the radio stations. So that really was the initiative that we pursued. So we had a high level kind of consideration, but it never existed operationally. I'm not aware of jurisdictions, there may be some, but it was not something that we ever had any functionality on.
So calls out, would that be what you might think of as a robocall, like some kind of automated message?
Theoretically, yes. You would be able to have some kind of a message go out to, a defined area so that all the phones would ring in there. The other piece is, even from 2011, we're now over half of the population doesn't have landlines. So the value of that was degrading even then, and is much more so. But that's theoretically how it would work.
So it would only be calls to landlines?
That's my understanding, yes.
So those are some limitations. So the effect on call volumes, the fact that it's only landlines. Are there any other limitations you can think of for that method?
The main limitation, not limitation, just I guess the way I would frame it is it's not something that I'm aware of being deployed anywhere. So there would probably be other limitations if you tried to operationalize it. We never pursued it to the point where we even really got close to that, but
Okay.
that's kind of where
So it
sits.
didn't exist in Nova Scotia in April of 2020?
No.
And it doesn't exist now?
No.
Is that right? Okay. And so really it's an alternative model, it sounds like, to an alert system in a sense.
Theoretically, yes, but I'm not aware of anyone using it.
And this may be something you know about and it may not, so I've been asked to ask you, and you can let us know. There's a document, it's already an exhibit from the Alert Ready foundational document. Paragraph 52 cites an RCMP situation report. It's just for everyone's reference, it's COMM 0043572. And it says, just to summarize it, that in that April 24th, 2020 alert, that 29% of the 911 calls were not processed due to capacity issues. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the report that was submitted.
And to your knowledge, do you know anything about whether that was the case or?
I can't speak to the hard numbers. I know that there was an uptick in 911 calls that day. I don't have the specifics around any dropped calls or anything like that.
All right, so would you be aware of whether there was any debriefing after that about whether anything should be changed?
There wasn't a debriefing around it after that particular event around changes or what have you. When we looked at 911 call upticks with the various utilizations, there was that and another one where there was a significant uptick in calls. There were others where there weren't a significant uptick in calls. So it's something that we manage. The other thing with 911, as you noted earlier, there's 34 workstations deployed around the province. Typically, only about half of those are staffed at any given time. So we purposefully build the system with a lot of surge capacity for two reasons. You could have a technical issue where a workstation becomes non-functional and you need to have that call taker move to a different workstation, but it also gives the ability to bring in additional staff and increase that capacity. That's also, of course, governed by the time that the person in charge would have. Obviously, it takes time to call in staff and what have you. But so those factors are at play. But I don't have the specifics on that number that's referenced in the document.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Those are all the questions I had. It may be that other people have follow-up questions.
Ms. McCullough, do you have follow-up questions? Sure. Please go ahead. So, Mr. Mason, this is Sandra McCullough. She's counsel with Patterson Law, and Patterson Law represents many of the families involved in the mass casualty.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I could clarify, we represent both a number of the families who are identified as participants as those most affected, as well as a number of individuals who have that designation as well. Mr. Mason, I wanted to ask a couple of questions in relation to testing. I understand from reviewing material that up to April of 2020, there were tests done with the system at least twice a year. Do I understand that correctly?
The first test was in December of 2015, and initially the tests were 4 times a year. Once the wireless alerting came kind of online in April of 2018, they started to a year. So the frequency did drop off a bit. It was a total of 16 tests between December of 2015 and the event in April of 2020, plus of course the COVID alert, which would make 17.
Okay. And so after April of 2018, those tests would have included alerts going out to radio and television and cellular?
Yes.
And who would receive those test alerts?
Everyone would really get them. The only time that someone wouldn't receive an alert on their phone per se, there's a number of reasons for that. It's usually with their provider, but it might be that they need a software update or the type of connectivity they have, but the vast majority of people would get them.
And I understand from your evidence that the EMO office, prior to giving these or sending these tests out, would have alerted your partners that a test was going to happen?
We do, yes.
Okay, and would that have included policing agencies such as the RCMP?
It would, yes.
In reviewing your statement, Mr. Mason, the statement that you gave to the Mass Casualty Commission, and for the record, that is marked as COM number 54268. I didn't catch if it had an exhibit number as yet. In the context of a discussion about policing agencies' awareness of the emergency alerting system, in your reply, you describe it as a quote, very high profile system. And I'm wondering what you meant by that.
Certainly. At EMO, we have a number of programs, and some of them are fairly what I would call like a low profile because they're not a program that really hits, for lack of a better term, the public consciousness until there's an event. A good example of that would be our disaster financial assistance program, which compensates people after floods. The reason why I would consider Alert Ready a high profile program is because we're doing these test alerts very, very frequently. And along with these test alerts, we're updating our partners, not just police, but all of our partners regularly. I've presented at conferences on it, on emergency management. We're doing these 16 tests. We're meeting at the PSAP level. We're having discussions with our DPOs. There's a lot of public education. Plus you have the advertising campaigns. Along with 911, it's our highest profile program. Even with 911, there's not as much advertising around it. It's just more in the public consciousness per se.
Mr. Mason, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. You spoke a number of times today about a presentation that you prepared and gave in June of 2016.
Yep.
And I understand that was focused around offering trusted user status to policing agencies, including the RCMP, the Halifax Regional Police, and the Cape Breton Regional Police. Is that?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yep.
Okay. Do you recall who was represented there on behalf of the RCMP?
I believe it's in the email correspondence, but I believe at that time it was Brian Stones.
Okay. Madam Registrar, I'm wondering if we could bring up Mr. Mason's PowerPoint presentation. I have it identified as COM number 992, marked today's exhibit 1306. So, Mr. Mason, I understand this to be the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared and gave during that June of 2016 meeting. When you were speaking to my friend Ms. Young a moment ago, you described, you were answering questions to her about having touched upon the notion of an active shooter being something that could be alert worthy, I suppose. And I wanted to bring you to page 6 or slide 6 of this PowerPoint presentation. And if you could just take a moment to look at this, Mr. Mason, am I correct in that you recall this slide being part of that PowerPoint presentation?
That's correct.
Okay, and so when you were speaking to Ms. Young a moment ago about the notion of the active shooter being discussed at that meeting, I see in the slide here you identify criminal activity, bracket terrorism, active shooter, etc. Is that what you were referring to a moment ago?
It was.
Okay. So most of my other questions in this area have been asked, but I wanted to follow up on that earlier this morning, Ms. Young was asking you about the fact that the RCMP declined to accept trusted user status. And I'm wondering are you aware of if or how that decision of the RCMP was communicated to the EMO?
Basically, and this goes back to the preparation of this deck for that meeting, there had been prior meetings to try to get some of the police agencies to take direct access because we felt it could be beneficial to them. When we had this meeting, the position of not taking it was upheld. So at that point, they just decided that they wanted to keep status quo. There was an email exchange afterwards between myself and I copied all the various people who were at the meeting along with the various police organizations. And in that back and forth, the statement was that they would maintain requesting alerts through EMO.
Subsequent to that meeting, Mr. Mason, did you receive any contact from the RCMP or any communications or questions to ask for further information on your presentation?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you receive any communication or questions to further inform the RCMP's decision as to whether or not accept trusted user status?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Mr. Mason, in your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, I just want to query a statement that was included in that statement. And it's in the context of a discussion about standard operating procedure and what you might have been able to do to assist the RCMP with developing their standard operating procedure of their own in relation to Alert Ready. Do you recall answering questions in that area?
Would this be after the mass
With
shooting?
the Mass Casualty Commission, your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission on February of 15 of 2022.
I don't remember the specifics of that.
Okay, so I just want to read a portion of a very small portion of that to you. And you say in your statement, because if they, and this is in reference to, I'm not clear if it's policing agencies generally or the RCMP specifically. So that's really where my questions are geared around is understanding exactly who you're talking about. And you state that if they come to us and said, hey, you know, we need to develop our own SOPs about when to call Alert Ready about an Amber Alert or one of the other things, then we would have been more than happy to work with them on that basically, but they never requested it. Every time we talked about it, they said, if we need to utilize the system, we will contact you. So I just wanted to be clear, when you say we, are you referencing the EMO?
I am.
Okay, and when you say they, are you referring to policing agencies in general or BRCMP specifically, or both?
It could be both. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all our partners. If they needed assistance or had any questions, we'd be more than happy to provide that to them.
Okay, and in relation to the phrase that you use every time we talk to them about it, I'm wondering, again, are you talking about the specific, the system generally, or specifically about standard operating procedure that could be developed around it?
About the system.
I understand from reading your statement, Mr. Mason, is it correct that neither you nor the EMO, to the best of your understanding, worked with the RCMP about the RCMP developing a standard operating procedure about when and how to rely upon Alert Ready?
We did not, no.
Okay, and I understand from reading in your statement, and this is found at page 23 of your statement, Mr. Mason, you expressed that you were shocked to learn after the mass casualty event that the RCMP did not have one.
Yes.
So I take from that based upon your understanding, your experience with working with the system and engaging about it with the RCMP, you would have expected them to have that in place.
I would have, yeah.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCullough.
Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. I have no other questions for Mr. Mason.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Mr. Mason, for coming and assisting us with our important work. We greatly appreciate it and appreciate your time and your valuable input. Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Young, I think you're likely ready to proceed with Mr. Legg, is that right?
Yes, the next witness is Rodney Legg, Legge. Good afternoon, Mr. Legg. I understand you prefer to be sworn.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Legg.
Good afternoon.
We've met and you've given an interview to the Mass Casualty Commission already, right?
Correct.
And so I'm not going to go over the same ground with you. I would ask commissioners that the transcript of Mr. Legg's interview be filed as an exhibit. It's COMM, oh, sorry, it's already exhibited actually in the Alert Ready FD, so we don't need to do that. So people can read that. We don't need to ask you the same questions, but I do want to just flesh out what you talked about, and some of the other lawyers might have questions for you too.
Okay.
Just want to get an idea of your background. Can you tell us what your education is, please?
Okay. I have many courses from Memorial University all around. Then I did a biomedical engineering technology course, which was a 3-year program. Then I attended the Institute of Technology here in Halifax, which is an IT program. And the last bit of education was project management certificate through St. Mary's University.
What's your job title now?
I'm the manager of information systems for the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office.
So you work with Mr. Mason, who just testified?
Yes.
How long have you been in that role?
Approximately 13 years.
Can you describe your job to us? What are you responsible for?
Yeah, okay. So at EMO, we have 3 main systems that are, I guess, just for our use, which is we're responsible for the Nova Scotia 911 system, the Provincial system. We're responsible for the administration of the Alert Ready for Nova Scotia. And we also have what we call Web EOC, which is relatively a newer platform that is more of a used for common operating pictures.
And just for the record, that's all one word. It's sort of an acronym. It's capital WEB, capital E, capital O, capital C. Is that right? Web EOC?
Yes.
Okay.
sorry.
And so you have those three systems, and what is your responsibility with respect to those systems?
Which system is that?
The three 911 Alert Ready and Web EOC. So what's your role?
Okay, so with the 911 system, I'm responsible for basically the mapping side. My staff's responsible for the mapping side of the 911's application, and also the master street address guide for updating that.
And do you work with Alert Ready as well?
That's correct. Alert Ready, we administer the system for Nova Scotia, which is part of a bigger application, which is the National Public Alerting System, which is also referred commonly as Alert Ready.
And Web EOC, is that more of an internal system?
It's internal. It's more or less for Provincial Coordination Center activations. It's a means to provide common operating pictures of an event. So we're slowly moving into that aspect.
And under Alert Ready, are you interacting with people in other agencies? Do you have a role educating people about it?
I do, well, since the incident, I do the training. So I'm involved with all the training of Alert Ready users.
Did you do training before that?
Just to internal staff.
Okay. And how much contact did you have with other agencies and police agencies prior to the events?
Over the years, off and on, a bit.
Who are the other people on your team?
Aaron McEachran is, I have other people, but just specifically to Alert Ready, it's Aaron McEachran.
Can you spell that for the record, please?
AARON MACEACHERN.
And so have you been in your job for 13 years? Is that how long you've been at EMO, or were you at EMO longer?
I've been at the same position at EMO for 13 years. That's correct.
And have you been working with Alert Ready most of that time?
I guess my first introduction was just after we had signed the agreement with the province and Palmerix. At that point, I became involved on the IT side of things, more so on, it was a brand new system at that point. It was really in its infancy stage at that point. We looked at buying this technology to put into radio stations called the ENDEC, which is ENDEC. It's encoder decoder. It's in simplistic terms, I guess it's a transmitter for getting the message out to the public, to interrupt the broadcast and to get it out to the public. At that point, we were developing our own standards in Canada, so we never had any equipment in Canada that could actually do it. There was a company out of Ontario that we worked with. They worked with a company out of the States, the United States, and developed I guess they were the suppliers for Canada for CAPC, our Common Alerting Protocol, Canadian Profile Standards. And they worked with this company in the United States to get the box to work on our standards.
So when you're saying we and are there, are you talking about the EMO or the Canadian Alert Ready system generally?
Sorry, could you repeat?
When you're saying like we didn't have the technology at the beginning,
Canada.
Do you mean, you mean
Canada as a whole? We had a program before the units for the radio were actually developed.
Okay. And so the radio stations would be last mile distributors, right?
That's correct.
And so what was the purpose of that box? Was it like a booster, or was it something that would kick in when you sent it a signal?
So yeah, to make it simplistic, it's a box that sits within the architecture in the radio station. When that box is connected to the web or to the Palmerix Alert Ready servers or the NAD server, and it's listening for a heartbeat basically between servers. And when it sees there's an alert has been broadcast or issued, the switch or the box to, I guess, a switch within the box will move over and it'll interrupt broadcasting, whether it's a live broadcast or a canned broadcast.
So that means nothing would have to be done by the radio station and they couldn't control it, is that right?
Exactly. It just automatically, if it's a broadcast immediate alert and it fits the qualifications, it just opens up, it cuts off the announcer or the person on air. It'll play the alert with the signal, then it'll stop, close the signal, and the broadcast goes back.
And was it EMO sending that signal?
No, the signal is a national signal they've agreed to.
Okay.
It's the one most people hear when the siren goes off on the phone.
And so from that beginning time, which I gather was in around 2011, is that right? Did you interact with law enforcement agencies about the alert system from the beginning, or did that come along later?
I think not a little later than that. Our focus at that point was more or less getting the boxes out into the stations, because at that point, without the boxes, regardless if there was a message to be sent, it wouldn't have been heard by anyone. And TVs were a little bit behind, it was a little later before TVs came on.
So it started with radios, then TVs.
And then selling in 2018.
Did alerts ever go to landlines, or they never did?
Never.
The commissioners have received a summary of the policy rollout in Nova Scotia. So they've seen that some of the quarterly PSAP meetings and other meetings from the EMO, and they have those minutes to read at their leisure. But can you describe your involvement over the years from the beginning until now with helping to develop alerting policy in Nova Scotia?
Okay, yeah, so I moved over to the incident management team approximately 4 years ago. I still have a direct contact with the director of 911. Prior to me moving over to incident management, I was strictly 911, and Alert Ready fell under our domain at the beginning. So all along, well, right up until today, because I've been involved in this program and I know how Alert Ready works inside out, I've been called into many meetings, whether it's PSAPs, and I was there actually on the 911 side anyway, but I would present things that were happening, or changes that were coming down the pipe on Alert Ready. So I spoke at some PSAPs meetings. I also, and that's public safety answering point, I also spoke at some different meetings from the operation side where they would call me in, and I'd go in just to speak on the Alert Ready, where we are, what we're doing, the alert types.
You say operations side, who would you be speaking to?
Oh, sorry. Incident management. It used to be called operations at that point.
So you're speaking to a different group within EMO?
Yeah, it could be members of the agency reps, municipalities, police, things, different groups regarding the operations or incident management.
So what period would that have been? What years?
I guess I can recall meetings, back around 2013, 14, when especially when the BI lists were coming out. I actually think I spoke in 2011 at a meeting about BI 31 events. At that point, I think TESS was another BI that came out a little later. But
and in 2011, would the RCMP have been at that meeting, or was that an internal meeting?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. So in 2000, so just to talk about the changes over the years as to how the alerts are delivered in terms of technology. So 2014, I think you said in your interview that 2014 was when the CRTC made it mandatory to participate. Was that just mandatory for the last mile distributors, or did it make it mandatory for the EMO to participate as well?
No, just for the last mile distributors, and that was a decision by CRTC.
Did anything about that decision affect how you did business in 2014?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because prior to 2014, the province of Nova Scotia were pretty early into getting into alert ready. A lot of provinces weren't as far along as we were. That's why we went out and we purchased the NBACs for the radio stations to get this moving. I believe the reason the decision from the CRTC came in 2014 is because across Canada, I don't think there was a lot of buy-in from the last mile distributors. Interest, but maybe not buy-in. Once it became part of their license, then they had to participate and it picked up a bit. And
So-
also TV was online at that point too.
So it became a licensing requirement. Okay. And so 2018, we've heard the CRTC made a decision in 2017 that came into force in 2018 about sending alerts to cell phones. So cell phone providers then had to cooperate or help distribute the messages, right?
Correct.
And how did that change things, if at all, from where you sat?
Yes, that was a game changer. You know, when you think of TV and radio, there's a certain audience that will get that message. At the time, I remember, you know, Sirius radio was happening in cars. So even people driving in cars, a lot of them wouldn't be listening to your typical radio stations. So when the cell decision came about, the wireless device decision that the wireless providers would now have to send it through compatible cell phones, it became a game changer. You could reach a bigger audience, a much bigger audience.
Were you involved in testing the system over the years?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
I've been involved in every test we've ever sent.
Can you describe that process for the commissioners?
So, well, prior to 2018, we used to send 4 tests a year. I think we started in December of 2015. We sent our first test alert. So me and Aaron would just get together and we got a prepackaged message alert, and we send out an alert at a time that's agreed to across Canada. We do it 4 times a year, and each province participates. It's just at different times. So we send one out. I think it's 1:55 every 3rd Wednesday, and it's a normal process for us.
What was the purpose of that?
2 purposes, really. The first part is public education to let people know, and the second part is to see if the equipment is working properly. If one of the radio stations, the system never cut in or the box never did its job, well, it would detect it from the test.
When was the first live alert message sent to Nova Scotia that was not a test?
Not a test. That would have been, I think it's April 10th, and that would have been around COVID-19.
Of what year?
2020.
And why was that sent out?
That was a request from our Department of Health and Wellness to alert Nova Scotians of some, I guess, restrictions that were in place.
So that was a public health alert?
Public health alert, that's correct.
So in terms of your interaction with other agencies, you've talked about you trained some people internally or had meetings and then interacted with the PSAPs, law enforcement. So what other agencies did you work with?
Other government departments.
Provincial government?
Provincial government,
Okay.
yes.
And so if they needed to perhaps have a role in an emergency, for example, they needed to know what you were doing?
Yeah, like if, for instance, let's say forest, if there was a forest fire, some discussions amongst our partners about that and the platform we have there if ever needed.
And prior to April 2020, were you involved in raising awareness with different groups then about the system?
Not really. It wasn't my job as such.
Okay.
As I said, I'm manager of IT. I was involved in providing information around the system, but usually the meetings were set up and I was invited to come and just speak for a time. Sometimes I wasn't even at the whole meeting. I'd just come in, present on alert ready, and then leave.
And To your knowledge, did the understanding of the types of emergencies Alert Ready could be used for evolve over the years?
Oh, yes.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, as you know, we have broadcast immediate or intrusive. The word is used interchangeably. And we have non-broadcast immediate. I'm more versed with the broadcast immediate because they're the alerts that are used for when there's an imminent threat to life and safety. So, we have a lot of natural disaster ones, hurricanes, tornadoes, storm surge. Then we have a lot of fire, biological. We have some that are police related. Well, one that is specifically police related, that would be Amber Alerts. And then there's some that cross over, like an explosive, maybe a police related issue, maybe a fire related issue. It kind of varies on what the details of that incident is.
Depending on if it's accidental or not, I guess.
Pardon?
Depending on if the explosion is accidental or not. I
Right,
guess.
exactly. Like a big fire in a chemical plant, that would be more on fire. But if it was a bomb or something, then it's probably police related. So,
were you a part of discussions with law enforcement agencies or police agencies about whether alerts should be sent by the EMO or directly from
yes.
them? Okay. And so what agencies were you part of talking about that with?
I had been in discussions with the Halifax Regional Police, Cape Breton Regional Police, and the RCMP.
And was that, what types of emergencies would that be about?
I think at the time we were, at least in my discussion, my recollection of these meetings is more about the alerts that EMO realized that are incidents that develop quickly, and if a message has to go out, we would, because we're not a 24/7 operation, there would be a delay in getting that message out. So it would be things like, Amber Alert, could be an active shooter, it could be terrorism, anything that falls within the police realm.
So a police-led
responsibility.
emergency where they would be handling the emergency response?
Exactly.
Okay.
You're correct.
And would that be civic emergency or criminal activity type of emergency?
Civic. If you look at the definition, the earlier definition, civic is kind of for, I think if you read into it, it's more for riots, large gatherings and stuff. But it started to become more of the way of getting an alert out to the public as a broadcast intrusive. It was the closest one to incidents that didn't fit, if that makes sense.
And in what form did these discussions take place mainly? Was it mainly at the PSAP meetings or other discussions?
PSAP meetings and several with that at our own department.
Okay, and who would you be speaking with from the RCMP over the years on this topic?
Well, I think I can't recall right off. I know at the PSAPs there was representatives from the RCMP, and I know February 12th of 2020, I met with the RCMP. It was a risk manager at the RCMP, and that was around Amber Alerts and how to issue an Amber Alert through Alert Ready.
Okay. And did you talk to the RCMP about alerts other than Amber Alerts that it could be used
Yeah,
for other things?
I always brought up the other alerts that it could possibly be used for, policing alerts.
Did you say a meeting in April 2020?
What's that?
Did you say you had a meeting in April of
No,
2020?
it's February 12th of 2020.
February 12th, 2020.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So the commissioners have received the PSAP meeting minutes, so those are already exhibits, and we did review some with Paul Mason. Were those minutes circulated after each meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so you've had a chance to look at them, I take it?
Yes.
You attended a number of those meetings? And were they accurate as far as you know? If it said you were
Yeah, oh,
there,
yeah,
you were there?
yeah.
Okay. And so at those meetings, do you recall who the main RCMP rep was at the PSAP meetings?
Well, Glenn Byrne would have been there. And over time, there were some others. I can't recall all the names. It was generally, I do believe Glenn was civilian, and I believe it was a member that also attended some of the meetings, not all.
One of those meetings, it was exhibited this morning, I think, September 16th, 2015. This is in COM number 0043684. It mentions that you're in the process of developing a binder with the 32 events, so the 32 types of emergencies that would warrant an alert.
Correct.
Did you develop that binder?
Yes, I did.
And was that to summarize it was the SORM guidelines, giving the 32 types of emergencies?
It was basically more for our use internally. What it did, we realized, when an emergency happens and there's an imminent threat to life and safety and an alert is requested, we have to get that alert out pretty quick. So the binder was more of a simplistic guide of the 32 or 31, because test is one of the broadcast immediate alerts. But we listed 31, or I listed the 31 broadcast immediate alerts, and they're all numbered. You open it up, there was a template, and it was kind of a guiding template. It had all the fields that were required through the NAD system or the Alert Ready system to generate a successful alert. And then there was like some different wording there that you could possibly use. And keep in mind, this was early on. We were like the rest of, I think, Canada, we were building out a program. And at that point, it was in our hands to operate this, because we had no one else that was participating or would issue alerts on their own behalf.
So was that actually a paper binder at the time?
Yeah, it was just a paper binder, easy access. If I got a call for a hurricane, I could flip out in the binder. There was a number, you flip it over. There's some content to help you send out an alert.
And was that binder shared with the PSAP managers?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Just curious, because it was mentioned at the meeting, so I wasn't sure whether the idea was to bring it back to them.
I honestly wouldn't be able to answer that. I don't know.
Okay. And there was a Nova Scotia email meeting on May 31st, 2019, where you gave a presentation on Alert Ready. And the minutes summarizing your presentation say that you talked about alerts such as, you give the examples of terrorism, wildfires, flooding, Amber Alert, or anything that could be an imminent threat to life. You recall that presentation?
I've given a lot over the years.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so this would be a fairly regular type of thing that you would give a
Yes,
presentation
yes.
on? Okay.
And sometimes I was called in on very short notice. There'd be a quick meeting and they said, could you come in and quickly give a overview of the Alert Ready system? So that was not uncommon.
Okay. And then you did mention a meeting you recalled from February 12th of 2020. And who was that meeting with?
Paul Vickers.
That's where's Paul Vickers from?
He's from the RCMP.
Okay.
I believe a risk manager at the OCC at that time.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
The RCMP had reached out to the director of incident management to request a meeting on how to get an Amber Alert out through the Alert Ready system.
And did you discuss with Mr. Vickers then that there were other types of alerts the police could ask for, not just Amber Alerts?
Yes, towards the end of the meeting, I did bring it up, but to be fair, the meeting was specifically around getting an Amber Alert out through the Alert Ready system.
So when you say you brought it up, what did you say?
Oh, just, it was kind of as we were wrapping up, I said, there's other police alerts there too that you might be interested in getting out. I remember that specifically.
Did you mention active shooters as an example?
I can't say.
Okay.
Because active shooter is not an actual BI alert. As such,
Right.
we put it under civil emergency.
So in your discussions over those years, 2018, 2019, 2020, were there any discussions of the wider uses of alerting, and did active shooters come up in those conversations?
I'm not sure.
You don't
I
recall
really don't
specifically?
know the
Okay.
exact conversation. I know there was a lot of discussions because wireless changed. I think a lot of people became more interested, especially where everyone was now getting the test alerts on their cell phones. So there was a lot more. We had a lot more inquiries, like through media, just questions. Also, after every test alert, we'd always get a lot of emails, which I'd have to address from citizens, concerned about different things, whether it might have been why it didn't go out in both languages, or I didn't receive it on my call or on my phone. So it just became busier after 2018.
On April 18th and 19th, 2020, when did you first become aware of the mass casualty events that were unfolding?
I got a call around, I'm going to say 8:20 in the morning, a.m., from my director of incident management.
Who's that?
Jason Mew.
Okay.
He was privy to some information, and he said, I'll send that along to you. I received that probably a minute or two later. And I don't know if he gave me much detail on the phone, but he just said, get ready in case we get requested to send an alert.
Where were you at the time?
I was at home, but I think there was something that wasn't brought up in Paul's testimony is we were in COVID at that time, so everything was a little different. My computer was home all set up, and I always have my computer home because we have a 24-hour on-call thing, duty officer. But I was actually set up. I was working from home because of COVID. Aaron was working from home.
Who's Aaron?
Pardon?
Who's Aaron?
Aaron McEachran. That's the gentleman that works with me.
That's your teammate?
So we were all working from home at that point. So it was a little bit of a different time than normal times. So when Jason called me at 8:20 or around that time, told me a little bit and just to be prepared in case we get requested to send an alert. I read the email. Clearly, I knew it was a bad situation. That's all I knew. I knew there had unfortunately been some people that had deceased. I knew there was many structures on fire, but that was the extent of it. After that moment, I called Aaron because we both of us get together and we talk about, any situation we may run into technically and whatnot to get an alert out. So at that point, we just waited and we conversed, and the rest of the information that came in, I received through Twitter, from the RCMP Twitter and others, and what Aaron might have told me and stuff, but we never got anything official other than that first bit of information.
And we've seen some of your texts with Aaron. Those are in the foundational document at com number 0000488.
Yep.
And so you said we'll have to send it as a civil alert, looks like. So you were going back and forth on how the emergency might be categorized, is that right?
Well, at the time, we were the ones that were responsible for that, for the alert ready system. So we knew the system inside out, and we're to provide help with whoever requested the alert. And we knew that if there was a situation and, of that magnitude, there was no other. If that message was to go out broadcast, the only way to get it out to broadcast to public would be to send it under civil alert, or that would be the, I guess, the closest category.
So Jason just sort of put you on alert, so to speak, but didn't ask you to do anything specific right at the beginning. Is that right?
Just
Okay.
get ready in case we get requested.
And
And that's the
then-
normal process.
Okay, so you didn't go to the PCC right away, I guess?
I didn't, and I'm not sure when Aaron went in. I think there was a point, I'm not sure if I asked him to go in or Paul requested, I'm not sure, but we kind of, at that point, only one of us would have went, because if the situation happened and let's say worst case scenario, we needed an alert right there and then, I could do it. The PCC was activated, Aaron was en route, I could actually send the alert if needed.
And you could do it from home if you
Yes,
had
and
to?
we've sent many from home afterwards
Okay.
because of COVID.
And so if there was an alert, who would decide the wording of it?
That's always the requester. In the early days, we never had a form. So even after the incident of April 20th, or no, sorry, 18th, 19th, even after that, we had several over a period of time. I think there was one a week later, and we worked with the police to get the wording. The wording came from them, but we kind of assisted in getting it cleaned up and how it would look and go out to the public.
So was EMO ready to issue an alert if it was asked?
Absolutely.
And so were you eventually asked to do anything that day at work? Or you were just told there was something going on and?
That's it, and we followed Twitter and waiting for further instructions, but.
And you
yeah.
yourself, did you have anything to do with the events, doing anything to assist or support, or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
So did you talk to anyone at the RCMP that day?
No, I did not.
So you're familiar with the 911 call system, of course.
Yes, I am.
And we also heard from Daryl McDonald about it as well. So I won't cover the same ground, but could you just talk to us about reverse 911 mapping, if you know what that is?
Yeah. Okay, well, we don't have reverse 911 here in the province. My first, I guess, the first time I heard about it or we discussed it was probably, I'm going to go back to 2010, 2011, 12, around that time. At the time, there was some interest. I'm not sure where it came from, but we explored it with Bell, which is Bell. As you know, they're a provider.
So it would be for landlines, right?
Bell Canada for landlines and wireless and whatnot. They house the ALI database. So that's the information where a number is associated with the civic address. So the concept of reverse 911 is you would have a piece of software with a map, and you could circle or do a polygon around an area on the map. And what that would do, it would, any civics within that polygon or that area, it would technically dip into the ALI database, and it would send a mass landline, typical landline, traditional landline, because you got to keep in mind that a lot of people had changed over to phones that were VoIP, so it wouldn't have called out those numbers, but it would call out the landline numbers within that geographic area. I'm not even aware if anywhere else in Canada if they use that. And there were some issues around using it, around privacy concerns, technology, and one was also about if you dipped into the database, you wouldn't be able to retain the data for later. So you would never be able to go back and hold on to that information and say, oh, these 1,000 people were called. They wouldn't allow the retention.
I just want to make sure we understand some of the terms you use. So you can draw a circle and all the civics inside, you mean civic addresses?
You draw a circle on a map which encompasses a geographic area. Any civics within that geographic area they would have, if they have a landline, that would be associated with that civic. So when you captured that area, any of the landlines within that area would get a call.
So by civic, you mean civic address like 123 Smith Street type of thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So exactly. So civic is 133 Acadia Street, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. That's where my office is.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
a civic.
And an ALI database, do you know what ALI stands for?
Automatic location indicator.
Okay, so that's what would allow Bell to know where, well, normally it would be to know where an incoming call is coming from, what address. But
Right.
so you're saying they could theoretically dip into that and go out to a certain address?
Right. So the ALI database, even though it's owned by and operated by Bell, and Bell can answer this much better, but I can give you a quick high-level overview. All the telcos, the telephone providers, feed into that database. So if a call comes in from an Eastlink customer, that would show up from the ALI database. So that information is fed into there. So from a 911 standpoint, when that call comes into the center as an emergency 911 call, if it's coming from a landline, the ALI will present on the screen, which will show the responders, the address, the telephone number.
And then you're saying VoIP wouldn't work, and what does VoIP stand for?
Oh, sorry, that's voice over IP.
And that's IP is Internet Protocol?
Internet
Trying to break it
Sorry
down.
about that.
And so that is, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that's an internet-based phone line. So the reason why that wouldn't work with the ALI database is because it's not associated to an address. So Bell wouldn't know where that was coming from.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Could be from a server down the state somewhere.
Okay.
And one thing that's also, I should add, at the time when they were talking about reverse ALI, the public alerting system was coming out too, which was a better means for addressing a larger groups of people. And the second part was that we were seeing a big trend of people getting rid of their landlines and just keeping cell numbers, their cell phones. So I think we looked at it also as it was, this would replace, I guess, reverse ALI, or would be a better system than reverse ALI.
And so you mentioned technology concerns with the reverse mapping. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about, or are there other technology concerns with reverse 911?
Repeat that again.
You mentioned when we were talking about reverse 911 mapping that there were some technology concerns. Did you mean that kind of thing, or is there something else?
This would be something on the Bell side. You have so many calls going through their networks all at once, and that would be a better question, or it would be better for Bell to answer that question.
Okay.
But there was some discussions about it at that time.
Commissioners, those are my questions for this witness, but I think it would be good to have an opportunity to speak to participants' counsel, see if they have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Young. So Mr. Legg, thank you very much for being here and for assisting us with your testimony. The process we follow is that when you give your testimony proper, which you've just given, we will take a break and our commission counsel will meet with counsel for the participants. To see
Oh, your shit process. Screw off.
You're still under oath, sir, and would ask you to stand by.
Okay.
We'll break for 20 minutes and be back then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
You deplorable individual. You deplorable man. Shame on you. Shame on all of them. And it's going to follow them. It's going to follow their families. Too bad. Shame on you. We follow the cock. Us. Get out of here. These people are disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, they're going to throw their whole goddamn institution down the drain. They have no idea what they're messing around with now. Too bad. Too bad. They could have chosen to do the right one on this one. They really could have. They could have been shining. It could have been the example. All these people could have been, funnily enough, the example that children would look up to. Been like, this is what I aspire to be. No. Disgusting people. They need to hear that, like honestly hear the word. Disgusting! Vile! Evil! People look at them like that. Not with violence, just absolute contempt. Utter contempt. Gone! You're out of my life, man. We don't need you. We know that our society will function better without you. Oh. Do you know how that feels if somebody tells you that? Oh. Very sad. Their kids they're gonna pick up the pieces. And they're innocent in this one, which is sad too. But that's the way, in the old days, things were done. Shame follows you. Right? And then you have to ask for forgiveness. Is that right? No, what are you doing? We all make mistakes. It's just being able to admit it. I hope something, shiny car is worth it. Nobody going to be looking at you. Nobody gives a good goddamn about you. Your car breaks down on the side of the road. People will just be like, sorry, man, I'm cruising by. But I need some help. Remember you. I remember you. I remember when people were asking for help. Innocent people. When a country said, look, you worked to get this position of authority, and look what you've done with it. You've chosen to fuck everyone. Disgusting. Ooh, angry Seamus. I'm honestly filled with pity most of all. Like the fact that people like that have functioned in our society. Disgusting. It's gross. Where did they come from? How can they even function with smiles and emotions? For what? If it's about a fucking piece of paper, that's what paper does. Rips. Paper goes. People spend it. Somebody comes along. People probably, that you don't like, they take it. They take your money. Then you're like, oh, no, I need help. And then nobody's there. Nobody's there. Nobody cares. They're just like, the good people will be on a different team, not your team. Remember, you chose to take the ship down and thought that this was, you enjoyed your caucus. Caucus. Cock-us. Even they're telling you. Normally when we do this kind of thing, this is what we do. It's our procedure. In our totally 100% ad hoc, invented, cover-up, bullshit story. You vile individuals. Vile. I do believe that. I really believe that karma follows you around. Not just, after life is done. And that one's going to be horrendous. Horrendous to answer to. We are human beings. Those of you who believe that kind of thing, there's no getting out of, and it's forever. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. That is people begging. That's what that means. Begging. Please make it stop. No. Once you become that, that's a permanent decision. There's no going back from that. But even in this lifetime, it follows you. It follows those around you. And it ebbs and it flows. The psychological damage that it does to an individual, they take it out on their families, they drink, they booze, they die, they commit suicide, they beat their wives, they do horrendous things. And it comes back on them, revisited tenfold. Well, I do have compassion, and I even have forgiveness for these people if they choose to get off the boat. Not just get off, come clean and say, oops, here's what happened. Here's what I did. And I'm sorry. When a person comes and says they're sorry, then a lot of people do listen to that. Some won't, but some will. Be a lot better. You're going to have somebody who will help you when that tire needs changing. When you run out of money. When your family has a problem. If you think about it this way, not that I'm I don't know how you put that, because I don't like to speak of myself in any way, shape, or form. I don't know Tara. I've never met this woman in my life. Think about that for a moment. Right? I have a girlfriend. I've got my stuff. I'm very happy. I love my life. But there was somebody I heard on a phone that I never want to hear again. And I heard many more phone calls after that. So I'll take all the time in the world to help them. Do you think that these people are going to get the same? Some dude, rando, out of the blue, or woman, or people like you, like all of you, the ones that are good, do you think anybody in their circle, anyone would consider doing that? Somebody that they don't know. All they're breeding is people that will use them for whatever they can get out of them. And then be like, And you've bred more shit in this world. Not good people, not people who will help, not people who are nice, not people who have a heart or forgive. You've bred garbage. Good job. Good job. I consider myself extraordinarily lucky. I don't have that. I know if I have a problem, there's a lot of people who will help me. Not for money, not for nothing. Just because they're good people. And you know what? I earned it. Because I didn't sell out to shit or... Well, and nor did you. Nobody in this thing is asking for money, is getting anything out of it except probably bad eyesight, maybe some bills for things here and there, and a lot of time, a lot of trauma in their own lives to do the right thing. Wow, that's pretty good. I think that's pretty nice. We are lucky to have one another. What do they have? Look at the vehemence that's turning on them. And it's only growing. The media tries to cover for them. They're trying desperately anything that they can. They'll throw out excuses all over the place. Please, no, it's just bad phones, it's bongings, it's our OCC center. We just need to hire more people. We couldn't tell. It's Kovu. It's because they don't want you to look what's underneath. No, this stuff is just pure hogwash. They know that. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to go back, but I'm pretty sure last MCC, I could see right at the tail end something with Kim Stanton. They're very aware of what you guys do over here. I assure you. Very aware. She knows that, just as they all do, there's a lot of people who aren't very happy with him. And it's not one of those things that you can just kind of blow off and be like, well, they just said something. It's permanent disdain. But at the same time, there's this waiting, the hand that says, get out. Come clean. Make amends. We'll rebuild something better. No, you want to fucking go down on this ship, it's going to go down, and it's going to get real ugly. Again, nothing violent. Because this world doesn't know that anymore. It's forgotten what that's about. We don't know that. Once upon a time, society actually used to know that. They put people in stocks. Anybody remember what stocks are? Your reputation was everything. Your word was bond. That's all you had. You want to fuck around with that? In the North, they used to put them on igloos. That's what they did. They said, here's a spear. Get on an igloo. Have a good day. We're done with you. The Upik, which funnily enough, I'll show you. Just wait. This is from a different type of thing, but it's in the same vein. The Upik. And this particular Upik was given to me, was left to me by somebody who was in the RCMP. They worked up north. They worked hard. They had a stellar reputation. They sacrificed everything, as did their wife and kids. Very smart, wonderful man. This is what they've got. I don't forget people like that. Good people aren't forgotten, nor are bad people. They really aren't. Their name becomes mud. And they're spoken of negatively, even when they're dead and gone. Good people are remembered. Oh, Green is here, is he? Did I miss that? Hello. Super late this afternoon. Haven't watched any proceedings today. Oh, you're missing out me doing my old exploderoonies. Well, not totally. Just righteous. I hear that I saw that you're having some issues, Linda. Ones that well, it's not the best topic for me, but I am sorry that you are not feeling well. I really do hope that you feel much better, because the world is hard. And, I hope your old biddy sis is also doing well. I saw her in here. I don't know if she's still here. Oh, I'm sure I would. There are probably some people down there that aren't exactly my friends. I've already encountered some out here, and they can go fuck themselves too. What you gonna do? Boo-boo. We are a family. I do want to come down there though one day. I'm very excited about that. I would love to meet Tara. She's been through a lot. One day her story will get told. And there's so many people, like, that help in the background that are so wonderful. And they've devoted their life to this too. They have pain that they're dealing with. RCMP has the government switched public servants to public authorities convenient to drop. Yes. Yes. It's all got mixed around here, isn't it? These people are our employees. We're paying them to screw us. We're paying them to screw families. That means I'm a party to that. I'm not real happy about that. And families, think about it this way. They're paying to screw themselves too. Ouch. Not like they didn't have enough to deal with. Oh no. I'm sorry. We heard already earlier this morning that somebody who used to watch the channel some here before passed away, which is very unfortunate. Oh God. I'm not a taker, dude. Never been. My girlfriend's always like, can I buy, I want to buy this. Like, oh, that's not a good one for me. No. I like to cover my own, pay my own, and treat others. That's good. Depends for sure. Make sure you visit us on Hunter Road. Hello, Hunter Road. Hunter Road. Is it bumpy? Like all the other roads in Nova Scotia. I hear you got quite the roads. I tell you, I've learned a lot about Nova Scotia. I probably have a hell of a, not probably, I do have a lot more to learn. And the good things, that's what I want to learn at some point. Not all this horrendous trash. Because I'm sure you've got so much good to offer. I know you do, because you do. Right? Tarnishing the flags behind, right? One of which, by the way, was a gift. Thank you very much from Sharon. I've gotten a few things over time. I have a card, a very beautiful card, handmade, very nicely done. Didn't even know you could do such a thing, I suppose. Hope you do get to come home also. Wow. Yeah. Let's see if I've got any mail. I usually get mail. You've got mail. What kinds of things are people digging into? Because we're all over the place, which is unfortunate. I know some of you have grouped together, which is good. But we have to be careful about the siloing, because that's what they thrive off of, is just the compartmentalization of information and keeping people separated from one another. You only know certain things, only this person knows that. So I'm always very curious to try and amalgamate that brain power, the concept of little gray cells, because we can't do things alone. Tubing on a river. Very exciting. That sounds exciting. Make sure to bring Nova. I don't know. She doesn't like to. She's sitting here, and I bet you. See, I'll try and reach down, and she'll run away. Here. Come here. Oh, she's playing. Still digging around Big Stop. Big Stop, big stuff. Big Stop is a big one. I came across a few things more about. I've got so many things to go through that I want to go through that I've read that are big problems. What was it they said this morning about the gun on Heidi? I'm interested, but I have to mess around with this stuff, so I miss a lot of things. What was it they said about Heidi's gun model change in the wax on, wax off housekeeping balls? Did anybody catch that? I heard they were changing the model on her gun. It may have just been a mistype in one of the documents, but if that's so, fair. But if it's a kind of a new model of gun, yeah, it's sun outside. Rain should be nice today. Nice and quiet. 28 minutes and counting? Yes. Stress. Please, everybody try and keep the stress to a minimum. Was listed incorrectly by God. Okay. So it was just a typo? Because there is some questions I have about anybody come across the missing 40 caliber? The one on the woodpile? I came across a document that seems to, well, somebody else did actually, and because we've been trying to locate it, and they didn't really identify it other than to say that it said on it black and that it had the words not a toy, something like that, made in Taiwan, which clearly is not a gun. Yet it was identified by multiple people in the RCMP as a black 40 caliber gun with a magazine missing. Don't know your email. Okay. Email is if I can spell. There we go. I think that is my email. All right, now let us see. I really honestly do feel these people won't have those kinds of people in their lives, which is really sad to go through life and not have that. About the promotion I did know about. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Dog plays hero as cops dither. It's an interesting word I haven't heard in a while. I was going to, oops, flash that up, but I won't. Using the dogs. The dogs. Anybody? That would be an airsoft, yeah, but they clearly identified it. Multiple documents. And I don't think, you know, a whole bunch of different RCMP officers aren't going to be kind of meh. Oops, that's an airsoft. Airsofts don't even load. Is that correct? Airsofts don't load magazines. Isn't the bottom of airsofts usually where you put the cartridge, CO2 cartridge? Todd knows lots about these things. The gun on the woodpile, no clip. Excuse me. Maybe some sort of a message by the gun. D49. D49? Big news in D49. I don't know if has any of you come across D49 yet. I don't want to go into it too much now because it's a lot of stuff. Thank you for the picture, by the way, Sandy. On the tweeters. Oh, the screen changed. Maybe you'll see a change of heart. I can pray for that one too, and I do. Okay, let's see here. There was a single round in the center console of Mazda 3, which I cannot see them speak about or see in any forensic reports. Okay, so we were told that there was one missing round, right, that they couldn't locate? By law, airsoft BB gun used...
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Used in a crime becomes a firearm. Yes, but they specifically did identify it as a .40 caliber. Multiple members. I'm thinking they can't really get that one confused. Or is that just me? Cast, blowback, airsoft, and paintball guns do have magazines. The higher end pistols, very detailed. Okay. And they don't identify it other than they just call it a gun, and it has this writing on it. Come down during lobster season. You take me for a trip? Is it a one-way trip? Do I go for a swim with cement shoes? I'm just teasing. I like lobsters. I just don't. I don't like to touch my food. I do have a couple of idiosyncrasies about me. I don't like to touch my own food. I don't like to touch food. So I'll have to bring somebody. My girlfriend's good. She likes to crack my seafood for me. So very lucky. But we can pray. Yes, I do. I legitimately do. I have faith and hope in them too. You can all the time, right? Did Mr. Blair have that gun that they seem to rule out? I'm still waiting to see that. We'll bring it back to shore. I'm just teased. Can we call ourselves Iceberg Team that can sink the MCC? I don't have any interest. I never set out to have any interest to sink the RCMP. I'm really torn about that one anyways, because they are a great institution, but they've done this to themselves.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Yes, good afternoon again. I understand as a result of meeting among council that Ms. Young have some more questions for Mr. Legg. Questions proposed by participants who are content to have Ms. Young ask them on their behalf. Ms. Young?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We can have Mr. Legg back, please.
Legg. Ms. Young will have some further questions for you. You're still under oath, of course.
Mr. Legg, if the EMO had been requested by the RCMP to send an alert on April 19th, 2020, how long would it have taken to issue from the time it was requested to the time the alert went out?
Assuming that the message was complete, I think our policy is 15, but realistically, we could have got it out, I believe, faster. We have done in the past.
15 what?
15 minutes.
Okay.
Is what our policy says, but we put a little bit of, I guess, cushion there because there are technical issues that could arise. There's character restrictions within the system, and you go to send it, and it'll prompt you that there's errors in the messaging just around, like, let's say, a double quote or some other type of symbol character. So you have to go in and fix that. But ordinarily, we can send out alert pretty quick.
You mentioned that you were having internal discussions at the EMO, that there could be a request coming, just be ready. Correct. And I think Pelmorex was notified. Is
yes.
That right? And so what made EMO think that a request might be coming on April 19th?
Well, I think, the initial email, the initial phone call I got from Jason indicated that, there's an incident going on. It's pretty big, but it sounds what we had, that just to be ready. We knew we were the ones that would be responsible for ultimately getting that alert out to the public once we requested. So it was kind of just get ready, be prepared. Why we notified Pelmorex, it's more of a timing issue. Pelmorex like to be notified if we have time about there's a possible alert coming. Because we're waiting around, we said, let's let Pelmorex know that there's a potential of one coming. It was basically around this situation. It was, from what we had, and other than what I mentioned earlier about the piece of information we received at 8:20, we knew nothing more until we start seeing stuff on the RCMP Twitter. But we were just being, I guess, prepared.
You mentioned that there had been test alerts and on cell phones. Were those targeted geographically? Was it province-wide or were there specific areas?
Province-wide.
Okay. You also mentioned that there's a civil emergencies category that can be used for police-led emergencies, but active shooter didn't really fit in there. But then at a certain point, people started fitting it in there anyway, or thinking that was the best category. Do you recall when that started happening, that people were thinking that's where it would fit?
Might have been a discussion me and Aaron had. We bounced things off each other, and we probably know alert ready system, at least the technology piece of it, better than anyone at EMO. So we just bounced ideas off. If we're requested, for a broadcast immediate, that's the only way we'd be able to get a broadcast immediate out, through the civil emergency. There is other ones like criminal activity, dangerous person, but they're non-broadcast, so they wouldn't have went through cellular.
So that was on April 19th, 2020. Were you part of any wider discussions about that, about where an active shooter would fit?
Can't recall
No?
as such.
Okay. And so you mentioned there is a criminal activity category, but it's not broadcast. Is it broadcast intrusive or broadcast interrupt?
Yeah, immediate. or
Immediate?
intrusive. Yeah, non-broadcast intrusive or non-broadcast immediate. They're used interchangeably.
And so does that mean that active shooter would not fit in there? That's not one of the 32 categories, right? Because the 32
Active
categories.
shooter is not mentioned anywhere. I'm going to say there's probably 160 events listed, and active shooter is not one of them.
Does EMO run any tabletop exercises with its public safety partners, like practicing a scenario or anything like that you know of?
I'm not sure. They might be, but I wouldn't be the one involved in that.
And you mentioned that binder you created with the 32 categories. Was that simply a list of the categories, or if you flipped to a certain one of the 32, did it have any procedures or contact lists associated with it?
Yeah, I put my own definition for internal use because unfortunately at that point we never had a clear definition from SORM, senior officials responsible for emergency management. They're the ultimate deciding body on that, on the alert descriptions and the alert types. So in my early days, and as this was evolving, I did up this binder to kind of fill in from research what kind of each one of them meant.
Okay.
So it wasn't official, it was more for our office use.
There was one meeting where you talked about this topic of different types of emergencies. Madam Registrar, it's COMM 0034124 are the minutes of Nova Scotia EMO dated May 31st, 2019. Could those be made an exhibit, please?
Exhibit 1347.
In that meeting, you talked about certain types or the BI alerts that could be anything that's an imminent threat to life. Do you recall that?
Yeah, so if you think of the 32 alerts, other than test, I guess, any of them could be an imminent threat to life and safety. So that's why they were classified in the original, I guess, 2004, actually before that, probably 2010, 2011, when the original list was developed by SORM. That was the thought process around it. Basically, you know, a hurricane is an imminent threat to safety, or immediate tornado, a chemical hazardous explosion, stuff like that. So that's where the imminent threat to life and safety came from.
It's kind of the broader category that all 32 fall into then? Is that right?
Pardon?
The broader category that all 32 types of emergencies fall into?
Yes, that's correct.
So civil emergency would be just a subset, one of the 32 ways that there could be an imminent threat to life.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Legg, thank you very much for coming here today and offering your testimony and for helping us with our important work. We very much appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And you're free to go, Mr. Legg.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks again to the witnesses, Mr. Mason and Mr. Legg, for their time today and for helping us better understand how public alerting works in Nova Scotia. And thanks also to participants and their council, to Commission Council, and to everyone taking part in proceedings today. If you have any suggestions or changes or research related to public alerting that could assist us in shaping recommendations, a reminder that you can share those through the public submissions process on our website. We'll also be focusing on developing meaningful recommendations in Phase 3 later in our proceedings. Tomorrow we'll hear from another witness, Michael Hallows, as we continue to examine issues relating to public alerting. We'll also hear submissions from participants on this topic. As we continue our work, remember there are a range of support services available. Anytime you or someone you know needs help, you can access supports either through our dedicated mental health team here in the proceedings or through our website. Thanks again, and we'll see you here tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 11th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
the idea of saying, here, we'll give you a 1-800 number you can call. I know family members that haven't gotten, or sorry, well, very late in the game, shall we say, may have been offered support psychologically. Very late in the game. And only if you go by their rules. Sounds like a place that you can go and dump what you know. Sounds like that story, almost like the fake RCMP psychologist. Or actually, was it RCMP? I can't remember. That's their number. Oh, God. Yeah, but see, we're traumatizing the hell out of you. Please call us for support. We love you and care about you. Continue. We'll continue. You foul, foul individuals. Vile, horrendous excuses for human beings. Not something that's not salvageable, but their work. Oh, yeah. Working hard. Working overtime. It's a work in progress. Thank you for helping assist us in uncovering what again are they doing? What again are they doing? Oh, that's right. Not assigning blame, not trying to figure out what exactly do they do aside from the kangaroo fuckaroonies? Trying to say, go away, please. Live stream ended. You foul, foul people. How long did they work today? I don't know. Still couldn't even work a full day. Good. You fucking terrible human beings. I don't like to use insults because they're not, it's not an insult. I don't like to throw around ad hominems. It's true. They are vile human beings. Vile. That's the truth. I can say it quite calmly and with sadness in my heart because it's just disgusting to look at these people, how they operate. They traumatize. Yeah, they do. How many of you are suffering going through this? You're not family. Many of you. Many of you aren't even friends of anybody in this story. So how many of you who are unrelated to this are suffering as a result, a direct result of this shenanigans, this garbage, our national pride institution? How many of you are suffering? That you pay for, by the way. And they have the Bell Day or whatever for mental illness. By the way, we totally destroy you, but, you know, even though we have this mass search, and we can offer you pills in exchange. I don't take pills, frankly. I don't need pills. I'm quite a balanced individual. Unless you fucking piss me off. What is that going to buy you? $2,000 ain't shit. Like, seriously. $1 million ain't shit. It's nothing. I mean, I don't mean to be I do realize that to some people that makes and breaks their day, but it's really nothing. Like, it's pennies. I can't believe like some of the stories that I hear down in the States, what people sell themselves out for. It's just like, I'm like, what? You obviously have no self-worth, like zero. Hey, I wrote a book, or I got a piece of paper on my wall. And what? You have friends? No. Are you well liked? Not really. Oh, okay. Well, that must be very rewarding. You are. I know you are. And you see, you can hear it when you speak to people. You can hear it in their voice. And it's sad. Like, people I speak to, I'm like, I know they would be running around having probably a lot of good times if this shit weren't around. Instead, they get upset. Some people cry. Some people do more than cry. Are you eating? You're eating a screwdriver? Come on. Where did you find that? You've got all kinds of toys. Tony's suffering. Linda's suffering. And the Desmond inquiry was seamless. Well, it has its issues too. It's true what that man who spoke down in Australia wrote to me about the public inquiries, what they really represent. It's just what is a public inquiry. In this case, it's not even that. But what is a true public inquiry? It's just there to cover up garbage. I know that there's somebody in here who was very involved with one. I'm sure they can attest to it far better than I. PTSD. Julia suffering. I want my normal life back. I've been affected since day one. So, like, I do hope that the people that watch that, watch this, lawyers and investigators and RCMP and all the clowns that are participating in this shit, I hope they're seeing how much they're doing, how much damage they're doing to people. Because it's real damage. It's not bullshit. I can trust no one in an RCMP car. I can't see an RCMP without getting knots in my stomach. Again, is that what a person who signed up for the RCMP wanted? I suspect not. I suspect they wanted to do a good thing. They wanted to be able to feed their families and have something that people were respected them in a good way. I think most of them. And now they just have zero. And that's all on their institution. And if you're not willing to clean up your own backyard, well, what good are you? Well, it's those politicians and things. No. You have a role. You're a person too. Whomever, wherever it is, whether it's a lawyer over there or, any of these people that are participating, they all have a role. You can't say it's that other guy's fault. No, it's your fault. You're complicit in it. Lost all respect for them. Wouldn't offer to drink water. Wow. That's, and I know that these people, I know some of these people to a certain extent. I know that they're not talking out their ass. It's not like they're keyboard warriors. No, they seriously don't like you anymore. They don't hate you, like want to do vile, bad things to you. They just don't like you. It's insulting, sickening to see how many families, how the families are being treated. Poor Mr. O'Brien. You know, my heart goes out to everybody in the story, all of you. But, you know, I know that they all work really hard to keep a lid on that. But, you know, when it comes to a point like that, and I don't know why there aren't more people doing that. Just simply saying, like, what in the hell are you doing? Aloud. Why is it that everybody needs to be so composed? Well, you can't participate in the process then. Uh-huh. Okay. What are you going to do? You going to kick me out? Does anybody remember the Kursk? The Kursk sinking? The Russian, well, it was Russian submarine. It's totally off topic. You had all the admirals sitting up front and the families sitting in the audience waiting to hear what happened, if their family was alive or not. And some mothers stood up and said, "Excuse me, what are you doing? You're lying to us? Don't lie to us." And there was one lady who they gave a needle to. She stood up and they literally kind of accosted her and pretended that they were her friend, and then gave her a sedative. And it was caught on camera. And that will go down forever. Everybody now thinks all of the individuals who sat on that panel there were just horrible people, because they kept telling her to basically shut up, and to the point that they gave her a needle and hushed her, hurried her out of the room. And it's very famous. Souls are priceless. I go to crime fields in Shuby and Enfield numerous times a week. Because of a car. You see? Because they want to hide behind the car. So all of a sudden now everybody's scared of a car. Think about this rationally. It's a car. Brought to you by the RCMP. Good job. I'm sure Ford's real happy. Maybe somebody should write Ford and ask them. Do you know that the RCMP has done a great job destroying your company because of a car? Good job. Integrity is not comparable to what families are going through, but it's not, it doesn't negate it. That's the thing. Everybody in this story is suffering, right? Do families suffer more? Absolutely. But it doesn't take away the fact that you suffer. And I know families or other people in this story. Any of you that are in here for the right reasons, right? families all know that. They speak to that. They know that you're going through a hell of a time. And their heart goes out to you equally from their position, and that's something like those phone calls. I just like, I have to get off the phone. I'm like, no, can't talk anymore. I'm sorry. Like, they're like, oh, and how are you doing? Are you okay? Are you eating? I'm like, yeah, okay. Let's talk about something else. But I'm worried about you. I'm worried about all the people who are helping. Wow, that's I'm like, how can you spare even any emotion? The fact that we can no longer trust the RCMP to get us medical assistance in an emergency after what happened that weekend, where they refuse to help others, is simply terrifying. Yeah. And they won't even back down on that one. Like, no. All you have to do is say, wow, that we really mucked this one up. But it's a car, you see, it's a car. A car doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It's just an inanimate object. It's people who have destroyed that. "7 years you had a uniform contract. Ouch." Well, don't worry. It's just a hodgepodge of garbage they put together now. They don't even have like a proper uniform. Want to wear a ball cap? Sure. Hey, you want to wear a sombrero? Let's get on it. That mat test, we can do that too. Only boomers remember the cursed sinking? Kursk, was it? Or did you have a typo? I'm sure you had a typo. I can't imagine what the O'Brien family manages. Would never trust RCMP ERT members to attempt to save our lives. Well, they said Ivani's little NPF balls promo propaganda garbage that they floated out. He specifically spoke about RCMP members and how he's there to help RCMP members. And then he kind of in an afterthought, he's like, well, there are people there that can help civilians. I was like, really? Even at this point, you want to still go with that one? Should love Daryl Curry received. The truth, be brave, come back 1,000-fold. Does, irrespective of where you come from, what you believe. Do good and probably will be revisited. Do bad. Oh no. I still think the RCMP have good and bad. Now I feel that they're more bad. I thought the leadership seemed to be all about, and the leadership seemed to be all about protect organizational accountability. Yep. What are they protecting now? Like, when you have nothing to hold on to except shame and disdain. Wow. I want to protect that. That makes a lot of sense. Please, whatever we can do. These people really don't like us anyway. What can we do now to save it? I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm scared to death of hospitals. Ouch. I've developed high blood pressure. Hubby blames MCC and last 2 years. I wish I could say that it's unrelated, but I can't. Can't be dishonest. I know it is. You know it is. You all know it is. That's just sad. MCC coming to Truro. But what is this? A road show? Antiques Roadshow? Good. I hope so. I hope there's a protest. Wink, wink, nudge. Murders. Quick analysis. 6 hours a day equals 3 hours and 9 minutes work versus 2 hours and 51 minutes of the cactus. Thank you. Well, I need to update my thumbnails because they do really not like the thumbnails because it shows how little that they work. Work. Even to lie. They can't even be bothered to do that. RCMP Starlight Tours, yeah, not a good thing. It's not the car that bothers me. It's the police driving them that concerns me, given the deadly spread and incompetence from the top down. Yeah, no, and I wasn't meaning to say that the car isn't a concern. It's a concern. What happens when it, let's just hypothetically say that the truth came out and we find out that the cars were real. And all this time they built these stories of decommissioned fake cruisers and vilified all these different organizations, companies. I mean, now they're attacking Fitbit. Fitbit should be pissed. Basically, they're saying their product is garbage. Their stock is probably going to take a hit. Not very good. 9:32 to 9:32 to 3:32. Why no press conference? Well, so anytime the RCMP don't really answer questions. RCMP can't protect themselves from themselves. So how can they protect us? Some of their lines is like scary. What was it? Dion said, I wouldn't trust them protecting a goldfish. That was the words he used. A goldfish. Wow. I think it was protect. Wasn't it? Goldfish. Oh boy. Cars are a constant reminder. RCP has the best of pans. Love your new name. Car was real. They protested too much. Yeah, when you overcompensate, probably there's a problem there. Seen it a few times here. So my radar has been sticking on that one for a while. I could be wrong. I could be. But until you disprove me, which frankly, I don't feel they've done a sufficient job. I'm open. Why bother? Never tell the truth anymore. It wasn't decommissioned. Photo on the car was a new car sticker. Yeah. What is it called? I forget the name of those stickers. Fitbit already said it's not possible. Well, I think they should be like, I know some of you are, inundate them with like things and say, listen, I was thinking about buying your product, but I'm listening to the RCMP here and they're telling me, oh, no, people are dead. So I think your product is garbage. What do you have to say about that? I think you've just lost the sale. I'm going to go to some competitor of yours because your product sucks. Anyway, okay. Shame. Gonna make a comeback. God bless you all. I'm sorry to hear, the stress that you guys are going through, and the ills that people are having at this point in time. Very sorry to hear of Linda's passing. My heart goes to their family. But they know the truth, which is good. And please be good to one another. God bless you all. God bless the 23.